Chapter 354. Yi Xian was enveloped by the force and fell. At this moment his body was emitting rays of sword light. It was these rays of sword light that resisted the force. Therefore he was not crushed by the force. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian suddenly felt his feet stepping on the ground. The next moment, a golden sword quietly condensed in his palm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian held the Haorengaya in his hand and fiercely slashed forward. Boom! The force that enveloped him shattered. At this moment, he was already at the bottom of the cliff. His surroundings were very dark, but not completely dark. This was because there were some stones that emitted a silver light on the surrounding walls. Therefore, although it was very dark, he could still see a little, but not far. Yi Xian held the Haorengaya and was extremely vigilant. This was because he could feel that there were some auras spying on him in the darkness. Yi Xian was silent. His right hand held the sword tightly. Streams of earth force continuously gathered towards him. At this moment, the ground in front of him suddenly trembled, and a powerful pressure came crashing down on him. Yi Xian's expression became somewhat ferocious. He took a step forward and slashed forward with the sword in both hands. One sword to determine life and death. This sword to determine life and death, with the support of the earth force, could be said to be on the next level. Wherever the sword passed, the space was directly shocked and cracked. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, a huge monster rushed in front of Yi Xian. This huge monster directly collided with Yi Xian's sword. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and then a wail resounded as the colossus was blasted away. In the air, the huge monster began to crack inch by inch. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely bloody. One sword to kill a big demon of the true imperial magic realm. Yi Xian looked around and said ferociously, "You want me to die? Come on." As his voice fell, he held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! The ground in front of him cracked in an instant, and a powerful sword chi shot out in all directions. In the darkness around him, some demonic beasts retreated rapidly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out not far in front of Yi Xian. As the footsteps rang out, an invisible pressure crushed towards him like a monstrous wave. With the appearance of this pressure, Yi Xian's aura suddenly dropped, as though he was about to suffocate. He hurriedly released his evil thoughts sword intent. With the appearance of this sword intent, the pressure instantly lightened. At this moment, a woman appeared in front of him. The girl looked very young, not even 20 years old, and she wore a black dress. The woman walked in front of Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian quietly. "Human, do you think you're very powerful?" Yi Xian said coolly, "You guys came to deal with me with such a grand lineup. Looks like that person paid a huge price. However, I'm a student of the Dao Yi Academy now. Aren't you afraid of angering the Dao Yi Academy by doing this?" The woman chuckled. "If you die here, the Dao Yi Academy will think it's an accident, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "Let me ask you a question. What did that person give you for you to go to such lengths to deal with me?" The woman said indifferently, 30,000 violet source crystals. 30,000 violet source crystals. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said in astonishment, "You're that cheap?" The woman frowned, and she suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he slashed with the sword in his right hand. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated by over 90 meters. When he stopped, he was shocked to find that cracks had appeared on the heaven-grade sword in his hand. How powerful! In the distance, the woman was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." The woman stopped and Yi Xian smiled. "I have no ill intentions. I just feel that 30,000 violet source crystals is too cheap for an expert like you." The woman remained expressionless. "Then how much do you think I'm worth?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "A single attack is worth at least 50,000. The woman looked Yi Xian in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. A moment later, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. A sword immortal. The woman's expression changed slightly when she sensed this aura. Obviously, she hadn't expected Yi Xian to be a sword immortal. After a moment of silence, the woman laughed coldly. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Xian shook his head, and then he flicked his finger, causing a spatial ring to fall in front of the woman. The woman glanced at it, and there were 50,000 violet source crystals within it. The woman frowned slightly at the sight of this. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. What I like to do the most is to make friends. You've come out to fight for 30,000 violet source crystals, so you must be in urgent need of violet source crystals. Consider this a token of my appreciation. How about we get to know each other? My name is Yi Xian. The woman looked straight at Yi Xian for a long time, before she finally said in an indifferent voice, I'm a person with principles. As she spoke, she put away the spatial ring. Jingwu. Jingwu? Yi Xian was stunned and then he asked, Is that your name? The woman nodded. Why? Doesn't it sound nice? Yi Xian hurriedly said, It sounds nice. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, Lend me 100,000 violet source crystals. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. In the next moment he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the woman. There were 150,000 violet source crystals within the spatial ring. This time the woman was stunned. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm lending it to you, so you have to return it. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and asked, What's your name? Yi Xian's face darkened. She hadn't remembered my name at all. Yi Xian said, Yi Xian, Yi as in Yi, Xian as in Yi Xian. Yuzi nodded slightly. I'll remember it. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian and said, My name is Wu Jing. Wu Jing. Yi Xian was speechless. A short while later, Yi Xian left. A demon beast walked out from behind Wu Jing. It glanced at the sky and said in a low voice, Your Highness, we promised Mu Chang. Wu Jing spoke indifferently. Mu Chang never said that he wasn't a sword emperor, but a sword immortal. Killing a sword emperor is completely different from killing a sword immortal. The Academy won't pay much attention to a sword emperor, but do you think the Academy won't care if he kills a sword immortal? The demon beast fell silent. As Wu Jing had said, even the Daoyi Academy would pay great attention to a sword immortal at such a young age. At this moment Wu Jing spoke again. This person has become a sword immortal at such a young age, so he must have a huge force behind him. I have no enmity with him, so why should I become his sworn enemy for 30,000 purple source crystals, and bring trouble to myself? The demon beast nodded slightly. Your Highness has thought things through. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared near Wu Jing. It was Mu Chang. Mu Chang looked at Wu Jing coldly. You didn't kill him. Wu Jing's face was expressionless. You concealed his true strength. True strength? Mu Chang frowned slightly. What do you mean? Wu Jing shook his head. It's fine if you don't know. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and a spatial ring fell in front of Mu Chang. This is your 30,000 purple source crystals. I'll return it to you. Mu Chang's face was slightly gloomy. Are you going back on your word? Wu Jing glanced coldly at Mu Chang. Hurry up and fuck off before I change my mind. Mu Chang's face instantly became extremely unsightly. However, he didn't dare say anything because he knew how strong Wu Jing was. After a short moment of silence, Mu Chang spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, can you tell me why you changed your mind? Wu Jing ignored Mu Chang and turned around to leave. Mu Chang's face turned from gloomy to ferocious when he saw this. A short while later he roared fiercely, I don't believe I can't kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Wu Jing walked towards the depths of the abyss. She glanced at the two spatial rings in her hand and said, Pass down my order. If he comes to get the bamboo, tell them not to obstruct him. If they encounter him in the future, make it as convenient as possible. Understand? The demon beast by her side nodded. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian left the abyss. It had to be said that he had gotten lucky this time. As for the 200,000 violet source crystals, he felt that it was worth it. 200,000 purple Genesis crystals to befriend an expert was definitely worth it. As for money, he did not place much importance on it. Most of the time, as long as a person was willing, he would be able to obtain more. Furthermore, if he wanted to fight in the abyss, he would have to use the World Prison Pagoda later on. He had no confidence in defeating that woman alone, not to mention that there were so many powerful demonic beasts around. Muchang. Thinking of this person, Yi Xian's face turned cold. On the mountain, when Yi Xian came out and everyone saw him, Helian Xian and the others were all stunned. One of the men even blurted out, "You're not dead?" When Yi Xian disappeared, everyone had thought that Yi Xian was definitely dead. Yet now, Yi Xian was standing right in front of them. Yi Xian chuckled, "Lucky, lucky. Those demonic beasts are vegetarian today, so they let me off." Everyone's mouths twitched. Who was he trying to fool? Helian Xian glanced at Yi Xian. "You're not simple." Yi Xian chuckled. "Miss Helian, I have something to ask you. Where is Teacher Muchang?" Hearing this, Helian Xian's eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" Yi Xian chuckled. "Nothing much, I just have some matters to settle with him." Helian Xian was about to speak, when a man suddenly pointed to the right. "There's a valley about 10 li away. The teachers live in that valley. Teacher Muchang is also there." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Many thanks." After that, he turned and walked away. On the spot, Helian Xian hesitated for a moment, and then she quickly followed after him. The others hurriedly followed after her as well. Soon, Yi Xian came to a valley. In the valley there were many bamboo houses. These bamboo houses were all the same size. Yi Xian stood in front of the valley. He stomped on the ground, and a golden sword suddenly condensed in his palm. In the next moment he roared, "Old dog Muchang, come out and die." Following this voice, Helian Xian and the others who followed him over were instantly petrified. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. As for him, Yi Xian's revenge, he would do it from morning till night. P.S. Green Wan is not arrogant. It's just that reality is too bad. It's too difficult to deal with worldly affairs. Chapter 355. In front of the valley, Helian Xian and the others looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. They didn't expect Yi Xian to challenge an outer court tutor in public. This hadn't happened in Dao Yi Academy for a long time. As Yi Xian finished his words, more people appeared around him. They were all very young, and the lowest was at the true imperial law realm. Obviously, they were outer court students. At this moment, those outer yard students were sizing up Yi Xian curiously. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were gloating, some were curious, and some were sneering. Challenging an outer court tutor, no matter if he succeeded or not, would offend the higher-ups of the academy. To many people, this behavior was absolutely unwise. And Yi Xian himself was very clear about this. However, he knew that if he didn't put an end to it, this matter would never end. Make it big. This was his goal. Soon, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Feng Jing. Feng Jing stared at Yi Xian. "What do you want?" Yi Xian said calmly, "I want to spar with Tutor Muchang, the kind where we fight to the death." Feng Jing narrowed his eyes. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yi Xian nodded. "I know," Feng Jing said in a deep voice. "Leave now and I can pretend that nothing happened." Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Feng Jing's eyes turned cold. "It seems that you didn't remember what the old man told you before." Yi Xian chuckled. "I naturally remember Tutor Feng Jing's words. However, after I entered the academy, I was targeted everywhere. First, I was besieged by 3 void-piercing realm elites in the city. Then a mysterious elite attacked me at the bottom of the cliff. If I didn't have some trump cards, I'm afraid I would have died." Speaking of this, he looked up at the valley in the distance. "Muchang, don't you want me to die? I, Yi Xian, will give you a chance now. If you're a man, then King stand up. Don't play these dirty tricks behind my back." Just as Feng Jing was about to say something, 2 old men suddenly appeared beside him. One of them was Muchang. The other was an old man wearing a long black robe. His expression was somewhat cold. Muchang glared at Yi Xian. "Why? Didn't your family teach you about seniority?" Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at Muchang. "Muchang, cut the crap. Just tell me, are you going to fight or not?" "Arrogant." The old man beside Muchang suddenly said angrily. "You, a student, actually dared to challenge a teacher, you." A powerful aura suddenly emanated from within Yi Xian's body. At the same time, A sword will appear out of nowhere in the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly stunned. Sword immortal. This was a sword immortal. Mu Chang stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. His fists were clenched tightly, and his hands were trembling. A sword emperor below the age of 20 wasn't rare. However, a sword immortal below the age of 20 was extremely rare. After all, the difference between a sword emperor and a sword immortal wasn't just a little bit. Now he finally understood why the eldest brothers and Wu Jing had given up on killing Yi Xian. Once such a monster died here, it would definitely draw the attention of the higher-ups of the academy. Moreover, Yi Xian's strength was formidable, so it was difficult to kill him. The black-robed old man by Mu Chang's side spoke in a low voice. "You're a sword immortal." At this moment, his tone had become much gentler. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the black-robed old man and Feng Jing. "Seniors, I Yi Xian, am not someone who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. It's just that Mu Chang has acted against me time and time again with the intention of making me his mortal enemy. I have no choice but to do this." Hearing this, the black-robed old man glanced at Mu Chang, and then he looked at Yi Xian. "According to what I know, you killed Elder Mu Chang's grandson." Yi Xian nodded. "As for the reason, I believe Mu Chang hasn't told Senior about it. Then I'll tell you again. I killed a demon beast, and Elder Mu Chang's grandson wanted to take it from me. I refused, so he wanted to kill me. So I killed him." After Yi Xian finished speaking, the black-robed old man looked at Mu Chang. "What do you say?" Mu Chang stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Didn't you want to challenge me? Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged directly at Yi Xian. Opposite Mu Chang, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot, and then he slashed forward with Haoren Gaia. Hiss! A strand of golden sword chi slashed out fiercely. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, Mu Chang was directly pushed back several dozen feet by the sword strike. As soon as he stopped moving, Yi Xian appeared in front of him once more. At the same time, Yi Xian slashed down once more. Mu Chang's expression changed drastically. A spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. In the next moment, the spear in his hand was like a WYRM emerging from the ocean, and it stabbed at the blade of Yi Xian's sword. Bang! The spear and sword collided, and both of them retreated explosively. However, as soon as Mu Chang stopped moving, a sword had appeared between his brows without the slightest sign. Void flash. Mu Chang's expression changed drastically. His reaction was extremely swift. He let go of the spear in his right hand, and then he swiftly pressed his palms together. Bang! However, right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above him. At the same time, a sword carried a strand of golden light as it slashed down fiercely. Mu Chang was horrified. He didn't dare go head-on against this attack, and he immediately retreated 300 m back. However, while he was retreating, numerous flying swords had arrived in front of him, and each one was swifter than the last. Bang! 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 Under the solemn gazes of the spectators, Mu Chang retreated repeatedly. Suppression. At this moment, Mu Chang was completely suppressed by Yi Xian, and he practically didn't even have the ability to fight back. The expressions of many in the surroundings instantly turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's combat strength had truly exceeded their expectations. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous explosion suddenly resounded from afar. Everyone looked over and saw Mu Chang's figure being blasted flying, and then he smashed heavily against a mountain wall. As soon as Mu Chang stopped moving, Yi Xian had appeared in front of him. The expressions of Feng Jing and Yi Xian changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and Feng Jing hurriedly said, "Stop!" He hadn't even finished speaking when Yi Xian's sword stabbed through the center of Mu Chang's forehead, and then blood instantly sprayed. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. He killed him. He really dared to kill him? A student killed an instructor? Feng Jing and Yi Xian were stunned as well. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually dare to kill him, and he'd even killed him right before their eyes. Even though the center of Mu Chang's forehead had been pierced, he still hadn't perished. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Even until the moment of his death, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian would actually dare to kill him in front of so many people. He was an external assistance instructor of Dao Yi Academy. Mu Chang gazed at Feng Jing with a trace of a pleading expression in his eyes. Even though the center of his forehead had been pierced through by Yi Xian, his soul could still be saved. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Mu Chang's body split apart. At the same time, a mysterious force shattered Mu Chang's soul. A single strike to the soul. He'd never forgotten this move. Now he'd noticed how formidable this move was. Because after one attained the true control realm, the soul of a cultivator would become extremely powerful. Especially experts at the void destruction realm, they were extremely difficult to kill. Because even if the opponent's body was destroyed, the opponent's soul would still be there. However, with this single strike to the soul, it would truly annihilate the opponent's soul. Feng Jing and the black-robed old man were instantly furious when they saw Yi Xian slash apart Mu Chang's soul as well. Feng Jing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in my Daoyi Academy just because your natural talent is extremely high? Yi Xian sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to the two of them. I told him earlier that we'll fight to the death. Feng Jing gazed at Yi Xian for a long time, and then he said, take him to his cell. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 black-clothed figures appeared soundlessly in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Right at this moment, Helian Xian's voice suddenly resounded within his mind. Don't resist. If you do, then no matter how great your natural talent is, Daoyi Academy won't allow you to stay. With your natural talent you'll be punished at most, and the academy won't kill you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment when he heard this. And then he gave up on resisting. Or it should be said that he'd given up on resisting for now. Because the situation wasn't in such a bad state. Just like that, Yi Xian was led into a dark secret room by the 3 of them. There wasn't a single speck of light in here, and it was completely pitch black. Wait. All he could do now was wait. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly circulated the strand of chaotic energy within his body, and it didn't take long for it to start circulating through his meridians. It felt very comfortable, and it was like his entire body was being massaged. As for its effects, he didn't know. In any case, it was fine as long as it was comfortable. Feng Jing and the black-clothed old man sat facing each other within a bamboo room. And there was another old man who wore a cloud-colored robe by their side. He was the vice dean of Daoyi Academy, Wang Qianya. After a while, the black-clothed old man said in a deep voice, although this person's natural talent is excellent, he killed an outer court principal instructor in front of so many people. If such an act isn't punished, wouldn't the outer court be in chaos in the future? Wang Qianya nodded slightly. Brother Mu Lian is right. How do you think he should be punished? The old man called Mu Lian said indifferently. Cripple his cultivation and expel him from Daoyi Academy. Hearing this, Feng Jing glanced at Wang Qianya and shook his head. No. Why not? Mu Lian said coldly. Feng Jing said in a deep voice, he didn't kill Mu Chang for no reason. It was Mu Chang who repeatedly targeted him. If we're talking about violating the academy's rules, then it was Mu Chang who started it. Mu Lian said coldly, Mu Lian violated the academy's rules, so he shouldn't have been the one to kill Mu Chang. If we don't cripple him, how will we, the outer court principal instructors, maintain our dignity in front of the students in the future? Wang Qianya nodded slightly. Mu Lian is right. This can't be opened. Otherwise, won't the students follow suit in the future? At that time, what would all of you instructors do? As he spoke, he stood up. Cripple his cultivation and expel him from Daoyi Academy. He's a sword immortal. Suddenly, Feng Jing said, a swordsman who isn't even 20 years old. Special sword intent, and he's at the Dharma control state. Wang Qianya fell silent for a moment, and then he said, let me think about it. Chapter 356. Think again. The bamboo house fell silent. Even Mu He didn't say anything. At this time, Feng Jing said, we need a swordsman. We need a swordsman. Hearing this, Wang Qianya and Mu He were slightly stunned. The next moment, they seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions gradually changed. After a moment, Mu He said in a low voice, this person is stubborn and mischievous. Feng Jing looked at Mu He. If this kind of character is used against outsiders, won't it be a sharp sword? Mu He was slightly stunned, and after a moment he shook his head, not saying anything. Feng Jing said again. This person reached Sword Immortal before the age of 20. This kind of talent, even in the Immortal Sword sect, is rare. Mu He shook his head. What you said makes sense, but are we just going to let him kill Mu Chang go? Feng Jing said solemnly. Mu Chang harmed a student of my Dao Yi Academy in such a manner. Moreover, it was such a monstrous student. I feel that he has seriously violated the rules of my Dao Yi Academy. He only has himself to blame for this outcome. Speaking up to here, he looked at the two. In this era, talent is the most important. This Yi Xian's talent in swordsmanship is so strong, I feel that we should keep him here. Of course, this person is hot-tempered and needs to be strictly controlled. Mu He still wanted to say something, but Wang Qianya suddenly said, "Stay." The two looked at Wang Qianya, the latter said lightly. In the end, it was Mu Chang's fault, he was just protecting himself. However, this matter can't be settled like this. From now on, temporarily abolish his outer court student status, demote him to an external affairs disciple, and let him do odd jobs in the 100 Orchard. Simply put, external affairs disciples do odd jobs. Feng Jing thought about it, then nodded. That's fine, let's first dampen his spirit, or else he will cause a lot of trouble in the academy in the future. Mu He also nodded. Let him go to the 100 Orchard. Just like this, the three made the final decision. After Mu He and Feng Jing left, Wang Qianya took out a scroll, on which was all the information on Yi Xian. Looking at the line of words on the scroll, Wang Qianya fell into silence. These words were, Interstellar Bounty List Treasure. An hour later, Yi Xian was brought to a garden by Feng Jing. The garden was very big and divided into many areas. Each area was planted with different spirit fruits and spirit herbs. Feng Jing turned around and glanced at Yi Xian. This is the 100 Orchard. It needs to be watered with the spiritual spring 3 times a day. The spiritual spring is 30 li to the north. Remember, you can't miss it, or you will be severely punished. Yi Xian was silent. Feng Jing sighed in a low voice. I told you before, young people, don't be too casual, especially in this academy. You think you're a monster, but there are people even more monstrous than you. You think you have a strong background, but there are many people with strong backgrounds. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, you'd be in big trouble. As he spoke, he paused slightly and said, With your natural talent, the academy will surely not allow you to continue like this. Stay here for a month or so first. And once the matter has passed, I'll ask Vice Dean Wang to restore your student status. Yi Xian thought for a while, then bowed respectfully. Thank you. Saying this, he took out a storage ring and handed it over to Feng Jing. Feng Jing glanced at it. There were 10,000 purple source crystals in the storage ring. Seeing this, Feng Jing frowned. What are you doing? Yi Xian hurriedly said. Thank you for speaking up for me, Elder Feng. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't think it's too little. Feng Jing glanced at Yi Xian and slightly shook his head. I said you're stubborn and don't know how to be flexible, but you're quite good at handling things. Saying this, he kept the storage ring. Stay here, don't cause any trouble, and remember the daily mission. Saying this, he turned around and left. Seeing that Feng Jing kept it, Yi Xian smiled. In this world, no one was born to help others. If others helped him, he should at least show some gratitude. In any case, no one would dislike money. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and walked towards the garden. The garden was very big, and there were all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit fruits in it. These spirit herbs and spirit fruits were not ordinary at first glance, especially in the central area, where there was a kind of golden spirit fruit. This fruit was emitting a faint golden light. Just at this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly ran out. Seeing those golden fruits, Xiao Linger's eyes lit up, and she was about to rush over, but Yi Xian hurriedly stopped her. Xiao Linger looked at Yi Xian in confusion. What are you doing? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. These belong to me. Little Linger blinked. Can't I eat what's mine? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. If this little girl really ate them, then he would be in big trouble, because he found that there were spiritual fluctuations above every area. Obviously, this was a formation. These spiritual fruits were all protected by a formation. At this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly clasped her hands into fists and pleaded, want to eat. Yi Xian took out some spiritual fruits that he had obtained before and gave them to Xiao Linger. The latter glanced at them and was completely uninterested. In the end, after Yi Xian promised to get her one, she temporarily gave up. Just like this, Yi Xian's ordinary life began. Watering. His task now was to water these natural treasures every day, a very simple task, and after that was done, he would cultivate. Cultivate crazily. No, it should be said to be crazy absorption. One should know that he had not completely digested the energy of those powerhouses that he had absorbed before. What he needed to do now was to slowly absorb these energies and turn them into his own. And his ultimate goal was the void-piercing realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and in this half a month, Yi Xian's entire body had undergone great changes. Now he was already at the peak of the true imperial law realm. In addition, his soul had also undergone great changes. He could feel it himself, because he found that his single sword soul fixation had become stronger. The strength of the single sword soul fixation was related to the soul force. Previously, he mainly used the single sword soul fixation to determine life and death, but now he found that the single sword soul fixation also had its strong points, especially against soul bodies. It could be said to be a natural counter to soul bodies. During this time, he also inquired about Lanxiu and Xiao Linger were indeed at the Dao Yi Academy, but the two were already in the inner court. Moreover, he also received a piece of news. Xiao Linger had reached the void-piercing realm. Void-piercing realm. When receiving this news, Yi Xian was surprised and overjoyed. This was too crazy. One should know that Xiao Linger was only 14 years old. A 14-year-old void-piercing realm. What kind of concept was this? It was said that now, Xiao Linger had been personally accepted by the dean of the Dao Yi Academy as a direct disciple. It could be said that he was receiving priority training. After receiving this news, Yi Xian was as happy as a child, and he was in high spirits for the entire day. In addition, he also inquired about the reforging of the physical body. The Dao Yi Academy could indeed reforge one's physical body, but it had to be in the inner court. This reforging of the physical body was also a very troublesome matter. Not only did it require some extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, but it also required the personal intervention of a super expert to fuse the physical body with the soul. Simply put, it was very troublesome. However, no matter how troublesome it was, he would not give up. On this day, Yi Xian continued to water the spiritual fruits. After watering the spiritual spring, he was about to leave, but at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly extended his right hand, and suddenly, a wisp of qi floated out from his palm. Chaotic qi. When the wisp of chaotic qi landed on a spiritual fruit, there was a sudden change. The spiritual fruit trembled slightly, and soon after, the spiritual fruit began to expand. Soon, it was more than twice its original size, and a rich fragrance wafted out of it. When he saw this, Yi Xian was stunned. This chaotic qi actually had such an effect? As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. This was because he realized that he could completely plant these treasures of heaven and earth himself. However, he first needed to have seeds. Seeds. Yi Xian gradually calmed down. He definitely could not touch the spiritual fruits in front of him, because they were all protected by a formation. Without the talisman spirit above, he would be discovered immediately if he touched even a single blade of grass. A formation. Yi Xian blinked as he thought of the Space Dao Law. The Space Dao Law could ignore formations. Thinking of this, Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings. Hence he activated the Space Dao Law. Using the Space Dao Law evil, he easily plucked a spiritual fruit from the ground. There was no movement at all. Yi Xian was delighted when he saw this, so he started to choose various treasures of heaven and earth. He naturally did not take a fancy to those that were ordinary. What he wanted to plant were those of the highest grade, and there were many of them here. Before long, Yi Xian had chosen over 30 types of precious treasures, and he only took one of each. After placing these treasures into the prison pagoda, he handed the task of nurturing them over to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was very happy to do this because in her opinion, these treasures would become her food in the future. On this day, a woman suddenly arrived at the white fruit garden. She wore a long white dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely beautiful. There was a man behind the woman in a white dress. The man wore a gorgeous embroidered robe, and he had a graceful bearing, and was very handsome. The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian, who was lying on a chair in the garden. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed the two of them, and stood up in surprise. This was because there were two small tokens on their left chests, and the word inner was engraved on these tokens. They were students of the inner court. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. Is there anything I can help you with? The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian and took out a talisman. Take 3 metal spirit fruits. Yi Xian took the talisman and walked in front of a spirit tree. He placed the talisman gently in front of it, and 3 golden fruits quickly floated out and landed firmly in front of him. Yi Xian handed the 3 golden fruits to the woman in the white dress. Take care. The woman in the white dress put the spirit fruits away. At this moment, she suddenly loosened her grip and the 3 golden fruits fell to the ground. The woman in the white dress looked straight at Yi Xian. Pick them up. Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it, I'm hiding in this place, and there are people looking for trouble with me? Am I a freaking God's bane? Do you still want me to live? The woman in the white dress took a step forward and stared at Yi Xian. I told you to pick them up. The man in the embroidered robe next to her had a faint smile on his face. Do it. Please do it. P.S. If I ask for a ticket, will you call me shameless? Chapter 357. Something's not right. That was what Yi Xian was thinking at this moment. Because these two people were obviously looking for trouble with him. And the problem was that he didn't know them at all. There was absolutely no hatred in this world for no reason. There must be a reason for these two people to come looking for him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed forward. He didn't ask why these two people were looking for trouble with him. He only knew that when dealing with people like this, there was only one word: kill them. Seeing Yi Xian's sudden attack, the woman in white and the man in white were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that Yi Xian would really dare to attack them directly. Both of them reacted extremely quickly, especially the woman in white. At the moment when Yi Xian drew his sword, she waved her right hand, and a white light surged out. Bang! As an explosion resounded, both of them retreated rapidly. And this time, they each retreated more than 30 meters. Just when the woman in white was about to attack again, an angry shout suddenly resounded in the area. Stop! As soon as the voice resounded, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was the outer court vice dean, Wang Qianya. Seeing Wang Qianya, the woman in white stopped as well. Wang Qianya glanced coldly at the three of them. This is the 100 Orchard, an important place of our Dao Yi Academy. How dare you attack here? Do you want to die? The man in embroidered clothes next to the woman in white suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. He attacked first. Wang Qianya turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out a voice transmission stone, and the conversation between the woman in white and the man in embroidered clothes played in the voice transmission stone. This voice transmission stone had the ability to record voices. When he heard the voice in the voice transmission stone, Wang Qianya's expression instantly turned cold. He turned to look at the woman in white, and the man in white in the distance. The women in white and the man in white had slightly ugly expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually play this move. The woman in white glanced at Yi Xian. Next time you won't be so lucky. After saying that, the two turned to leave. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What next time? Come, let's fight to the death this time." After saying that, he carried his sword and walked toward the woman in white. The woman in the white dress stopped in her tracks. She turned around to look at Yi Xian, her eyes cold. Do you think this is the Blue Sword Sect? Without Blue Sword Sect to protect you, let's see how strong you are. Blue Sword Sect will be for you. At the side, Wang Qianya suddenly said, What, do you think I don't exist? Just when Yi Xian was about to speak, Wang Qianya looked at him and said, Go back and water yourself. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, then picked up the 3 golden spiritual fruits on the ground, turned around and left. Yi with Yi Yi. Seeing that Yi Xian had stopped attacking, Wang Qianya felt relieved. If these two guys really wanted to fight here, he might not be able to stop them. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't attack, Wang Qianya was relieved. If these two really wanted to fight here, he might not be able to stop them. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and gave him a middle finger. Then he quickly disappeared. Seeing this, the faces of the man in brocade turned ugly. The woman in white said, "Let's go." The man in white said coldly, "Just like that." The woman in white said, "The good show is yet to come. What's the hurry?" After saying that, she turned around and left. The man in white looked at Yi Xian's back coldly, then turned around and left unwillingly. Next to the spirit spring, Wang Qianya found Yi Xian. Wang Qianya looked at Yi Xian. Those two, the woman is called Bai Ling, and the man is called Xiao Qian. They are inner court students. Yi Xian smiled. "I don't know them really," Wang Qianya said in a deep voice. "They are following a man called Nan Shan. And this man is from Azure World. As far as I know, you are also from Azure World, right?" Azure World. Realm Protection Alliance. Yi Xian thought of this faction. Before coming here, he had heard from Song Xian that the Realm Protection Alliance had sent some people to study at Daoyi Academy. Nanshan clearly belonged to the Realm Protection Alliance. But he did not understand why the leader of the Realm Protection Alliance had been killed. No. Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. Not many people knew that the leader of the Realm Protection Alliance had been killed. It should be said that, except for Song Xian and the others, almost everyone present had been killed by the mysterious woman. Hence, many people did not know that the leader of the Realm Protection Alliance had been killed, including those who had come to make trouble for him. They might not know what had happened in Azure World. If they knew how terrifying the woman in white was, they might not have dared to come. The problem was that many people did not know who the woman in white was. Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned to Wang Qianya. "Elder, do you know what happened in Azure World?" Wang Qianya nodded. "I know a little about Daoyi. It is said that the Realm Protection Alliance was massacred by a mysterious woman. As for the reason, it is said to be related to the Pale Sword sect, but I do not know the details." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. He really understood. Pale Sword sect, Realm Protection Alliance. In the eyes of countless people, the destruction of the Realm Protection Alliance was related to the Pale Sword sect, and not him, Yi Xian. This was also the reason why so many people dared to make trouble for him. Everyone might be afraid of the Pale Sword sect, but they would not be afraid of him, Yi Xian. And those who knew the real reason were basically all dead. And those who were still alive were his people, so they would definitely not spread the news. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This was going to be a big problem. Now that he had a great treasure, more and more people would come looking for him. So troublesome. Yi Xian shook his head again. As if thinking of something, he turned to Wang Qianya. "Dean, how can I join the inner court?" Wang Qianya glanced at Yi Xian. "You want to join the inner court now?" Yi Xian nodded. Join the inner court. Now he already felt a crisis, a great crisis. He must do everything he could to improve his strength, and Yu Qi's matter could not be delayed. He did not want to waste time here. Wang Qianya said in a low voice, "If you enter the inner court now, you will definitely be targeted by Nanshan Yu." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Don't worry." Wang Qianya glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence he said softly, "If you want to enter the inner court, you can do so at any time." Yi Xian was stunned. So simple. Wang Qianya shook his head and smiled. "You are a sword immortal." With that he paused for a moment. "Follow me." Just like that, Yi Xian followed Wang Qianya, and after about an hour, the two came to the depths of a mountain range. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Deputy Dean Wang, this should not be the way to the inner court, right?" Wang Qianya turned and looked directly at Yi Xian. "That treasure on the top of the interstellar bounty list is with you, right?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "So it is for this." With that, he looked around and said with a smile, "This place is quiet, perfect for killing people and robbing treasures." Wang Qianya stared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you should know that the treasure will only bring endless disasters to you. Why not give it to the old man? And the old man will guarantee you to enter the inner court. What do you think?" Yi Xian said with a smile. If I give it to you, I am afraid you will kill me immediately, right? Wang Qinya narrowed his eyes. You are too smart. But those who are too smart do not live long. Another old man showed up behind Yi Xian as soon as he finished speaking. This person was Sickle Mu. Yi Xian fell silent. He now realized that he had underestimated the temptation of the prison pagoda. Wang Qinya suddenly said, Yi Xian, the old man knows that you are very strong and have some hidden cards, but you should understand that even if you win, you will not be able to walk out of Dao Yi Academy alive. You killed the deputy dean and a teacher, so my Dao Yi Academy will hunt you down and kill you. If you hand over the treasure and leave Dao Yi Academy, the old man will let you live, and he will keep his word. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he suddenly looked up and roared, Help! With the support of his profound energy, his voice shook the entire sky like thunder. The sound was too loud. It was loud enough to be heard by the whole outer court. In front of Yi Xian, Wang Qinya and Sickle Mu were dumbfounded, shouting for help. Yi Xian's move undoubtedly made the two of them short-circuit for a moment. At this time, Yi Xian shouted a few more times, and when Wang Qinya and Sickle Mu came to their senses, several powerful auras were rushing in their direction. Seeing this scene, the two who were about to attack dared not move. Wang Qinya stared at Yi Xian. If you dare to speak nonsense, the old man will make you die a horrible death. At this time, Feng Jing, an old man, and a middle-aged man appeared in the square. When they saw Yi Xian's group, Feng Jing and the other two were stunned. Feng Jing looked at Yi Xian. You shouted for help? Yi Xian quickly ran over. He looked flustered and pale, as if he was frightened. Feng Jing frowned. What happened? In the distance, Wang Qinya was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said in panic, Mentor Feng, Vice Dean Wang and the others want to kill me. They want to kill me. Hearing this, Wang Qianya's face suddenly turned ugly. Yi Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Xian ignored Wang Qinya. He hid behind Feng Jing, looked at Wang Qinya and Sickle Mu with some fear, and said in a trembling voice, They tricked me to come here, want to kill me and take my treasure. I am so scared. Wang Qinya stared at Yi Xian, his eyes cold. Do you know what is the crime of slandering a vice dean and a mentor? Yi Xian seemed to be afraid, hurriedly hid, his body slightly trembling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Feng Jing and the other two glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at Wang Qinya and Sickle Mu. Wang Qinya said in a low voice, You believe him? Feng Jing said in a low voice, I think this matter should be decided by the great elder. Hearing this, Wang Qinya narrowed his eyes. Feng Jing, what do you mean? Feng Jing said indifferently, Nothing, but this matter is serious, it needs the great elder to deal with it. Then he turned around and left with Yi Xian. At this time, Wang Qinya suddenly said angrily, Presumptuous! It is not your turn to make decisions in the outer court. Feng Jing stopped and said coldly, Vice Dean Wang, what, you want to punish me? Wang Qinya stared at Feng Jing. Do you really want to go against the old man for him? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said indignantly, What else do you want? I have given you the treasure. Can't you let me live? You are so cruel. Wang Qinya. Chapter 358. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Qianya's face darkened. He stared at Yi Xian with eyes as sharp as knives. Yi Xian, on the other hand, took a few steps back in fear. Feng Jing suddenly said, Inform the Grand Elder. Next to Feng Jing, the middle-aged man crushed a voice transmission talisman. In a few seconds, an old man with a golden staff appeared in front of them. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw this man. I can't see through him. The old man in front of me gave me the feeling of a vast starry sky, unfathomable. Wang Qinya and the others hurriedly saluted the old man when they saw him. The old man glanced at them. What, are you going to fight among yourselves? Feng Jing walked up to the old man and bowed slightly. Grand Elder, this is what happened. Soon, Feng Jing told him the whole story. The Grand Elder turned to look at Wang Qinya, who said in a low voice, Grand Elder, this is slander. Yi Xian is slandering us. Slander? Yi Xian suddenly said, Grand Elder, you tricked me here and threatened me that if I didn't hand over the treasure, you would kill me. After I handed it over to you, you wanted to silence me. You. Wang Qianya suddenly said angrily. When did you hand it over to me? I. Saying this, he seemed to have thought of something and his face instantly turned pale. This was undoubtedly an admission. The Grand Elder looked at Wang Qianya coldly. What a disgrace. Your salary will be forfeited for a year. Go back and face the wall. At this moment, Yixian suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I was wrong. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yixian. The Grand Elder also looked at Yixian, waiting for him to continue. Yixian laughed self-deprecatingly. To me, Dao Yi Academy was sacred, so I came all the way here to join Dao Yi Academy. However, I never expected that after I entered the academy, I would first be targeted by Instructor Mu Chang and almost die at the bottom of a cliff. Now the Outer Court's vice headmaster has forcefully seized my treasure, and even wants to make me his mortal enemy. He shook his head and smiled. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to Dao Yi Academy. Great Elder, I don't want the treasure anymore. I only ask that you let me leave Dao Yi Academy. Don't worry, I won't say anything after I leave. At the side, Wang Qianya suddenly said angrily. Yixian, are you crazy? When did you give me that treasure? You. Shut up. On the side, the first elder suddenly shot a cold look at Wang Qianya. The latter dared not refute and did not say anything else. The first elder turned to look at Yixian. Are you threatening me? Yixian shook his head. No, I just don't dare to stay in the academy anymore. Great Elder, please be merciful and let me go. The first elder narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Feng Jing suddenly spoke to him through voice transmission. Great Elder, this man is a sword immortal. A sword immortal less than 20 years old. Sword immortal. The first elder frowned slightly. He sized up Yixian. You're a sword immortal? Yixian nodded. I became a sword immortal 3 years ago. 3 years ago. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. 3 years ago. In other words, a 16-year-old sword immortal? Wang Qianya suddenly said angrily. Impossible. How can a 16-year-old sword immortal be a sword immortal? Who are you trying to fool? Yixian ignored Wang Qianya. The first elder suddenly asked. Did you really become a sword immortal at the age of 16? Yixian nodded and said solemnly. Of course. Hearing this, the first elder's expression turned solemn. They were both sword immortals. However, the difference between a 16-year-old and a 20-year-old was too great. Wang Qianya suddenly said, Great Elder, don't trust this man. He has a precious treasure on him. It's the top treasure on the interstellar bounty list. If he enters our Dao Yi Academy, there will be endless trouble in the future. Great Elder, please reconsider. The top treasure on the interstellar bounty list. Hearing this, the first elder frowned slightly. The next moment he looked at Yixian. Yixian said indignantly, Old dog Wang, that treasure is already on you. What else do you want? Can't you let me Yixian live? Wang Qianya was furious. Yixian, don't make irresponsible remarks. Do you think they will believe you? You. Enough. At this moment, the first elder suddenly shouted. Wang Qianya stopped and glared at Yixian. If it were not for the fact that there were others present, he would have made a move. The first elder glanced coldly at Wang Qianya. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? As a teacher, you covet a student's treasure. You've brought shame to our Dao Yi Academy. From now on, the position of the Outer Court Vice Dean will be temporarily taken over by Feng Jing. As for the two of you, you will be temporarily detained in the Black Prison and await the Dean's judgment. Wang Qianya wanted to say something else, but the first elder waved his hand. Take them away. Soon 2 men in black appeared behind Wang Qianya and Feng Jing. Wang Qianya struggled for a while, but in the end he did not dare to resist. If he resisted now, it would not only be a traitor, but also a public provocation against the Dao Yi Academy. Just like that, Wang Qianya and Feng Jing were taken away. The first elder looked at Yixian. They are the school's teachers and must be dealt with by the dean. Don't worry, our Dao Yi Academy will not show favoritism. Yixian smiled. I understand. However, that treasure of mine, the first elder said, Don't worry, if it's really with him we will return it to you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. The first elder nodded and turned to leave. After the first elder and the others left, Feng Jing looked at Yi Xian and said in a deep voice, "You have to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise the consequences will be dire." Yi Xian said softly, "Vice Dean, I wish to enter the inner court." Feng Jing hesitated for a while before saying, "I'll handle it. I'll look for you when the time comes. Go back and rest first." After saying that, he turned to leave with the two people beside him. After Feng Jing and the others left, Yi Xian's face darkened. The Interstellar Bounty Board. Before this, he didn't know what the Interstellar Bounty Board meant. But now he gradually understood. Even someone of Wang Qianya's status was tempted. Perhaps, even the first elder was tempted. After a moment, Yi Xian said softly, "Even in this Daoi Academy, it's not safe." His current situation was like a 3-year-old holding a gold brick and swaggering through the streets. The people around him would definitely be tempted. Other than that, there were also some experts outside who were probably looking for him. There was also a group of restless fellows in the pagoda. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed softly. He lay on the ground with his hands as a pillow. He was at a loss. There were quite a lot of enemies in the future. Enemies. As though he thought of something, he sat up abruptly. If there were enemies, there would be friends. Why not find a few more friends? Yi Xian found a deserted place and entered the prison pagoda. Yi Xian arrived at the second floor. The great god on the second floor was still in seclusion. Helpless, he could only go to the third floor. More accurately, he went to the entrance of the fourth floor. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the fourth floor. He smiled. "Senior, let's talk." No response. Yi Xian wasn't discouraged. He asked again, "Senior, do you want to come out?" There was still no response. Nothing could get through to him. Yi Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out. "You don't have the qualifications to talk to me. Come back when you reach the Supreme Realm." Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment he snorted. "You're ignoring me now. In the future, I'll make sure you won't be able to reach me." After speaking, he turned and ran. First floor. Yi Xian found Xiaolinger. At this moment, Xiaolinger was planting spirit fruits. With the chaotic qi, the growth of these spirit fruits could be said to be astonishing. Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. Should I tell Xiaolinger that I'm actually very good at fighting? Xiaolinger is really good at fighting. And if she finds out that I'm very good at fighting, then I'm afraid she won't be able to control me in the future. A short moment later, Yi Xian left the pagoda of prison and returned to Bai Guiyuan. As soon as he returned to the 100 Orchard, Feng Jing appeared before him. Feng Jing stared fixedly at him. "Vice Dean Wang and the other are dead." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. "Dead?" Feng Jing said in a low voice. "Did you do it?" Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Elder Feng, do you think I have the ability to do that?" Feng Jing fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "It's very strange. Vice Dean Wang and the other were silently killed not long after they arrived at Black Prison." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he was suddenly shocked. "Then where's my treasure?" "Treasure?" Feng Jing shook his head. "Their spatial rings have been seized." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Was it done by someone from within the academy?" Feng Jing fell silent. Yi Xian's face instantly sank when he saw this. Looks like it's very likely that it was done by someone from within the academy. He was sure that many people didn't know the true situation within the pagoda of prison. So, why would these people want to obtain it like madmen? Is it because it's ranked at the top of the interstellar bounty rankings? When he thought up to here, Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Senior Feng, what are the top 10 treasures on the interstellar bounty rankings?" Feng Jing glanced at Yi Xian. The 10th ranked treasure is a precious treasure called the Milky Way Cauldron. The energy of the starry sky is contained within this cauldron. And if it's utilized, then even a supreme expert can be instantly killed. If it falls into the hands of a top-rate expert, then it isn't difficult for that expert to easily destroy an entire region. Yi Xian was petrified on the spot when he heard this. Now he knew why these people were so crazy. If the 10th ranked treasure was so terrifying, then how terrifying would the first-ranked treasure be? No wonder these people were so jealous, and came looking for him like rabid dogs. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. This kind of precious treasure, not to mention Wang Qianya and the others, the entire Dao Yi Academy would be tempted. Run. Hurry up and run. Yi Xian was about to slip away. At this moment, a black-clothed old man suddenly appeared between Yi Xian and the Feng realm. The black-clothed old man glanced at Yi Xian. First Elder wants you to go there. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he was wild with joy. Did you find my treasure? Did you find it? Go quickly, take me there. The Elder in Black. Chapter 359. Yi Xian, the black-robed old man, and Feng Jing arrived at the top of a mountain. There was a palace on the top of the mountain, and there was a 30-meter-tall statue of a middle-aged man in front of the palace gate. The statue was none other than Mu Dao Yi. He was a legendary figure in the never-ending Starfield, and this hall was none other than the first Dao Hall. Yi Xian was led into the palace. There were 6 people in the palace, including 3 old men, 2 middle-aged men, and a beautiful woman. The Grand Elder was there too. Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they saw him. The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know that Deputy Dean Wang and Qianya are dead? Yi Xian nodded. Senior Feng told me. At this point he smiled bitterly. Great Elder, you can't possibly think that I did it, right? The Grand Elder looked at him without a word. Yi Xian's smile became even more bitter. When he was about to speak, the Grand Elder suddenly said, he died in the dark prison, and you obviously don't have the ability to sneak into the dark prison and kill him. We asked you to come here, because we want to ask you about the treasure. Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he put up his guard. The first elder continued. I think the person who came to kill them was after that treasure. We would like to ask you, has that treasure really been taken by Wang Qianya? Yi Xian hurriedly said. Exactly. That day, Vice Dean Wang asked me to go to the dense forest. The 2 of them threatened me, saying that if I didn't hand over that treasure, they would kill me. I knew I couldn't fight them alone, so I had no choice but to hand over the treasure. I didn't expect that they would kill me. The Grand Elder stared at Yi Xian. How could you hand over the treasure so easily? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The treasure is good, but my life is more important, isn't it? The Great Elder looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. I wanted to enter Dao Yi Academy to protect myself, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous here. At this moment, a gray-robed elder on Yi Xian's right suddenly asked, why do you have such a precious treasure? Yi Xian faced the gray-robed elder. I obtained it by chance. However, I didn't know that it was ranked first on the interstellar bounty list. The gray-robed elder asked again. What exactly is that thing? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. It's a black thing. As for what's inside, I don't know. The gray-robed elder glanced at Yi Xian. You came from the Azure World. According to what I know, the Azure World's Realm Protection Alliance was massacred, and the culprit was a mysterious woman. She came to the Azure World for this treasure. Why didn't she take it from you? Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said, she was just a clone. Moreover, she fought with the Realm Defense Alliance Lord and both sides suffered. However, she already said that her real body would come to find me and take that thing away. The gray-robed elder stared at Yi Xian and asked, you came to Dao Yi Academy to seek refuge? Yi Xian nodded. There are many people chasing after me outside, so I don't dare to run around. Thus, I wanted to find a safe place. However, I didn't expect here. He didn't say anything else. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. At this time, the Grand Elder suddenly said, to ensure that the treasure is not with you, we want to see your storage ring. Is that okay? Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated. I have some treasures. The Grand Elder said indifferently, don't worry, we won't take anything from you. We won't take anything from you. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took off the storage ring on his finger. He flicked it lightly, and the storage ring flew to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glanced at the storage ring. There were a few heaven-grade treasures and some purple source crystals. There weren't many, only about 1,000. Everyone in the hall also glanced at Yi Xian's storage ring with their divine sense. After a while, the Grand Elder returned the storage ring to Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "You can leave." Yi Xian bowed to everyone and turned to leave. Inside the hall, the Grand Elder asked in a low voice, "What do you think?" The gray-robed elder next to him said, "What he said is only half true. We can't trust him completely." The Grand Elder nodded slightly. He said he gave the treasure to Wang Qianya. "Do you think it's true?" The gray-robed elder hesitated, then shook his head. He would never give such a precious treasure to anyone else. Therefore, I think that the treasure is still with him. He looked at the Grand Elder. It doesn't matter if it's with him or not. Now that news has spread throughout the academy, if something happens to him, everyone will think that Dao Yi Academy killed him and stole his treasure. If that happens, the reputation of our academy, which has lasted for thousands of years, will be ruined. Not far away, the beautiful woman also nodded slightly. Brother Lu Hua is right. He is now a student of our Dao Yi Academy. If anything happens to him in the academy, our Dao Yi Academy's reputation in the never-ending starfield will be tarnished. The gray-robed elder named Lu Hua nodded. Not only must we not let anything happen to him, but we must also protect him. The person who wants that treasure will not let this matter rest. Also, we should investigate the deaths of Wang Qianya and his companion. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then said, "Whether he has the treasure or not, he will be a big problem. Those who want the treasure will swarm to our Dao Yi Academy. Then, should we expel him from Dao Yi Academy?" A middle-aged man asked suddenly. The others fell silent. Feng Jing suddenly said, "This person is extremely talented. If our Dao Yi Academy nurtures him carefully, he will become a super expert in the future. If we let him go, he will bear a grudge against our Dao Yi Academy. Moreover, the world will look down on our academy." The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "That means we can't let him go or kill him now." Feng Jing said, "Think about it. This person must have great fortune to be able to obtain such a precious treasure. Moreover, his talent is excellent and his battle prowess is very strong. It is not a bad thing for our Dao Yi Academy to have him in our Dao Yi Academy. Moreover, if he really has the treasure, he will remain in our Dao Yi Academy. To a certain extent, he will belong to our Dao Yi Academy, won't he?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Feng Jing continued, "I feel that the most pressing matter at hand is to find the culprit who killed Vice Dean Wang and Vice Dean Wang. They actually dared to kill within the grounds of my Dao Yi Academy, and they even did it without making a sound. I feel that they are provoking my Dao Yi Academy." Lu Hua nodded. "This matter needs to be investigated. Someone dared to kill 2 people in our Dao Yi Academy, and in the Black Prison. If we don't get to the bottom of this, and word gets out, our Dao Yi Academy will become a laughingstock." The Grand Elder suddenly said, "I will get someone to investigate this matter. As for this Yi Xian, he is extremely talented. Let him enter the inner hall." "Directly enter?" the beautiful woman beside him asked. The Grand Elder replied indifferently, "Naturally." The lady thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. With his talent, he can enter the inner hall directly." She then looked at Feng Jing not far away. "You shall handle this matter. Deal with it." Feng Jing nodded. "All right." With that, he turned and left. Inside the hall, everyone left, leaving only the Grand Elder alone. The Grand Elder looked out of the hall, his expression turning cold, not knowing what he was thinking. 100 Orchard. Feng Jing found Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. "Get ready, follow me to the inner hall." Yi Xian was taken aback. "I can go to the inner hall." Feng Jing nodded. The Grand Elder said it himself, "It can't be false." "Grand Elder." Yi Xian replied with an "Oh." No one knew what he was thinking. Feng Jing laughed. "Once you enter the inner hall, you can go to the Violet Flame Tower to train. Your training speed there will increase by several folds. Moreover, you will have the chance to obtain violet fire crystals. This is a good thing. You will know in the future. Go get ready." Yi Xian nodded, turned and left. On the way, Yi Xian's face was a little gloomy. His intuition told him that the Grand Elder did not want him to enter the inner hall, but to stay in the Dao Yi Academy. He was now sure that Wang Qianya and Lu Hua were killed by their own people in the Dao Yi Academy. If he entered the inner hall, there would be more troubles. But if he fled now, it would only be more troublesome. Because if he fled, the people in the Dao Yi Academy would think that the treasure was still with him. And at that time, he would have one more enemy, the Dao Yi Academy. If he stayed in the Dao Yi Academy, the Dao Yi Academy would be wary, and would not dare to do anything to him in the open. Not only that, if he stayed in the Dao Yi Academy, the experts outside would also be wary of him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided to stay. I'll take one step at a time. An hour later, Yi Xian left the 100 Orchard with Feng Jing. Under Feng Jing's guidance, Yi Xian came to a mountain peak. In front of them was a light array that was several feet wide. A teleportation array. Feng Jing led Yi Xian into the teleportation array. Soon after, the teleportation array trembled slightly, and the two disappeared into it. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian and Feng Jing arrived at a dense forest. Feng Jing, who was standing beside Yi Xian, said with a smile, "This is the inner hall, and there are not many students in the inner hall. There are only 32 of them, but they are the geniuses among the geniuses, the monsters among the monsters." Saying this, the two walked out of the dense forest. As they walked out of the forest, a heat wave hit them in the face. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a huge valley in front of them. In the middle of the valley stood a tower that was emitting flames. The tower was over 10 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in flames, giving it a spectacular view. Feng Jing, who was standing beside Yi Xian, said with a smile, "The Purple Flame Tower. Countless monstrous geniuses want to join my Dao Yi Academy, and the biggest reason is because of the Violet Fire Pagoda. Because cultivating in the pagoda is many times faster than outside, and the violet fire crystals in the pagoda can also refine the corporeal body, strengthening the meridians and bones." Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. "However, it's not easy to have a place in the Purple Flame Tower. It depends on your own ability." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and just when he was about to speak, a voice rang in his mind. "There's a Dao rule." Yi Xian was stunned. It was not the voice of the great god on the second floor, but the mysterious man on the fourth floor. At this moment, Yi Xian said in his heart, "What Dao rule? I don't want it, I don't want it." Chapter 360. The mysterious woman on the fourth floor didn't speak anymore. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. Anyway, as long as he didn't activate the prison pagoda, it would be very stable. Let's see who gets anxious first. At this moment, Feng Jing suddenly said, "Report to the reception hall." Yi Xian nodded and seemed to have thought of something. He turned to Feng Jing. "Senior Feng, aren't you coming with me?" Feng Jing smiled. "I can only send you here." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Senior Feng, see you later." With that, he quickly disappeared not far away. Behind him, Feng Jing smiled. Actually, as outer sect elders, they also wanted to build a good relationship with these geniuses, because their future was limitless. If they could build a good relationship with these geniuses, it would bring them endless benefits in the future. Of course, they wouldn't be interested in ordinary people. A moment later, Feng Jing turned and left. He had already planted a seed. As for how far Yi Xian could grow in the future, and whether he would be grateful for this favor, that would be a matter for the future. Not long later, Yi Xian came to the reception hall. There was a young man sitting in the hall with his legs on the table in front of him. He had a long pen in his mouth, and was humming an unknown tune. Yi Xian walked to the young man. The young man raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. "Are you new?" Yi Xian nodded. The young man said indifferently, "Do you know the rules?" Yi Xian shook his head. The young man stretched out his right hand. 3,000 purple source crystals. Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The young man narrowed his eyes. "Let's exchange a few moves?" Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The young man suddenly placed his hands on the table in front of him. At the same time, his right leg whipped out and swept towards Yi Xian's head. This kick caused the space to tremble. Yi Xian instinctively used his left hand to block. Pung. With an explosion, Yi Xian retreated more than 100 feet. So strong. This was what Yi Xian felt at this moment. He finally believed what Feng Jing had said. There really wasn't a single weakling among them. Not far away, the young man clapped his hands and glanced at Yi Xian. So weak. Don't tell me you used your connections to get in? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, the young man suddenly became interested. So it's a swordsman. Come, show me your sword. Yi Xian suddenly leaped up with his sword and slashed down. When Yi Xian drew his sword, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly punched upwards with his right hand, and an illusory figure of a beast suddenly appeared. Boom! With a rumble, the two of them retreated rapidly. Soon the two of them came to a stop. The young man glanced at his palm, and there was a deep sword mark on his palm, and his palm was almost severed. The young man looked up at Yi Xian. Sword immortal? Yi Xian nodded. The young man glanced at Yi Xian, and with a tap of his finger, a token landed in front of Yi Xian. On the token, there was a small inner character. An inner court student's token. The young man shook his head. Unlucky, there's no profit at all. Having said that, he sat back in his seat. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You want purple source crystals? The young man glanced at Yi Xian. Why? You want to give them to me? Yi Xian smiled. How much can you get? It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The young man said indifferently. Then how do you think I should get them? Yi Xian smiled. Snatch. The young man was slightly stunned. Snatch? Who? Yi Xian shrugged. Let's see if you dare. The young man looked straight at Yi Xian. Snatch someone from the inner court? Yi Xian nodded. The young man shook his head. You're daydreaming. Not a single one of them is simple. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, If I ask you to help me fight, how much would it cost? The young man looked at Yi Xian. At my level, it would cost at least 10,000 purple source crystals. Cheap. That's fucking cheap. He still had over 800,000 purple source crystals, so he could hire many experts. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and with a tap of his finger, a spatial ring landed in front of the young man. The young man glanced at the spatial ring, and it just so happened to contain 10,000 purple source crystals. The young man looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. There might be a fight. How about it, do you dare? The young man went silent for a moment, and then said, Why not? He put away the spatial ring, and then looked at Yi Xian. Xiao Ge. Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and then asked, Do you know anyone else? Xiao Ge frowned. You still need people? Yi Xian nodded. If they're willing, then call them over. Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. What exactly do you want? Yi Xian said, Fight. As for other things, don't ask too much. 10,000 purple source crystals for a fight, it's that simple. Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. Wait. He turned and left after he finished speaking. Not long after Xiao Ge left, a woman and a man arrived at the reception hall. Yi Xian knew them. They were Bai Ling and Xiao Qian who had come to look for him in the outer court. Bai Ling looked at Yi Xian with an icy cold gaze, and she was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword and slashed forward, and a bright ray of sword light slashed down. The expressions of Bai Ling and Bai Ling changed. Neither of them had expected Yi Xian to attack them directly. Although they were caught off guard, Bai Ling reacted extremely quickly. She did not seem to have done anything, but a long black whip directly swept across Yi Xian's sword. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, Bai Ling retreated explosively, and she retreated out of the hall. As soon as she stopped, a flying sword had arrived in front of her, and a saber suddenly slashed at the flying sword. Bang! The flying sword was directly slashed away. The man called Xiao Qian stared coldly at Yi Xian in front of Bai Ling. You think you're very good at fighting? You. His expression changed abruptly because Yi Xian had suddenly dashed towards him, and then a ray of sword light slashed down from the top of his head. Xiao Qian was shocked because Yi Xian had attacked without any warning, and he dared not think too much about it. He could only raise his saber instinctively to block it. Bang! Xiao Qian was instantly blasted away by Yi Xian's slash, and two flying swords flashed in the air. Xiao Qian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he suddenly clenched his teeth as he held the saber with both hands and swept it swiftly. The space around him shook, and it was extremely domineering. Bang! The two flying swords were directly slashed away, but Xiao Qian instantly retreated over 30 meters, and as soon as he stopped, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, both Xiao Qian and Bai Ling's expressions were extremely solemn. Yi Xian's strength was a little different from what they'd imagined. At this moment, 7 or 8 people had gathered around them, and all of them were young people. Obviously, they were all inner court students. Many of them were curiously sizing up Yi Xian, because Yi Xian looked too unfamiliar. Yi Xian walked towards the two of them with a smile on his face. "Don't tell me the two of you intend to join forces against me?" Everyone looked at Bai Ling and Xiao Qian when they heard that, and their expressions instantly turned slightly unsightly. Yi Xian was slightly astonished. "Don't tell me the two of you really intend to fight 2 against 1? Xiao Qian stared fixedly at Yi Xian and sneered. "Do I need to fight 2 against 1 to fight you?" Yi Xian smiled. "You have backbone. I like it." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Xiao Qian. In the next moment, Xiao Qian saw a ray of sword light. It was a very simple and direct attack. Xiao Qian didn't choose to dodge, and he chose to meet it head-on instead. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and the ground rumbled and shattered. At the same time, he held the saber with both hands and suddenly slashed upwards. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded, and then the spectators watched as Xiao Qian retreated repeatedly. At the same time, blood sprayed from his mouth repeatedly. All the students in the surroundings instantly gazed at Yi Xian when they witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. After Xiao Qian stopped moving, he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and he was just about to speak when a flying sword suddenly arrived before the center of his forehead. Void Flash. Presently, his utilization of Void Flash could be said to have attained the acme of perfection. The surroundings suddenly fell silent when Yi Xian's sword arrived before the center of Xiao Qian's forehead. Xiao Qian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He didn't speak, and he didn't reveal even a trace of fear. Yi Xian walked over to Xiao Qian, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned around to look at a nearby man and asked with a smile on his face, "Can I kill here?" The man glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You can. However, the price will be huge. A light punishment will be heavy, and a heavy punishment will be expulsion from the academy." Expulsion from the academy. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He turned to Xiao Qian and said with a smile, "Anyone who knows me, Yi Xian, knows that I, Yi Xian, am a very reasonable person, and also a very good-tempered person. I don't want to go to the extreme, so how about this? I'll give you 200,000 violet Genesis crystals in exchange for your life. What do you think? You won't lose out, right? 200,000 violet Genesis crystals." Everyone's expressions immediately turned a little strange when they heard this. Violet Genesis crystals were extremely precious in the inner court, and they were also extremely important. Violet Genesis crystals were needed to enter the Violet Flame Tower to cultivate, and they were extremely rare. Hence, they were extremely precious in the inner court. Yet Yi Xian had asked for 200,000. It had to be said that he was asking for too much. In front of Yi Xian, Xiao Qian stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, "Have you gone crazy from thinking about money?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you saying that 200,000 purple source crystals are more valuable than your life?" Xiao Qian stared at Yi Xian with a sneer on his face. "Yi Xian, try and touch me." Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Qian's smile turned somewhat sinister. "I beg you, touch me." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Ti. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Qian's right arm flew off and blood spurted out like a fountain. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this. Was he really going to kill him? In front of Xiao Qian, Yi Xian looked around and said innocently, "The heavens and earth can bear witness, he was the one who begged me to do it. P.S. Where can I find a proper sword? Why is it that the places other people bring me to are not proper?" Chapter 361. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Even though there were frequent fights in the inner court, they usually stopped in moderation. It was rare to see a fight to such an extent. In front of Yi Xian, Xiao Qian was also stunned. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually dare to attack. He forcefully endured the intense pain in his arm as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Yi Xian's sword suddenly pressed against the center of his forehead. 200,000 violet origin crystals. Are you going to give it to me or not? As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand pushed forward slightly, and the sword stabbed around an inch into Xiao Qian's body. In an instant, Xiao Qian's face was covered in blood. He's going to die. Seeing this scene, the crowd knew that this matter was not simple. It was definitely not an ordinary fight. Xiao Qian's expression turned slightly ferocious. I'm not giving it to you. Kill me if you have the balls. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed forward with his sword. Xiao Qian's expression instantly changed when he noticed this. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would really dare to kill him. At this critical moment, Xiao Qian suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was 30 m away when he appeared once more. Moreover, there was a middle-aged man by his side. The students in the surroundings were stunned when they saw the middle-aged man, and then they turned around and ran. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian. Are you new here? Yi Xian nodded. I am. The middle-aged man walked slowly towards Yi Xian. You're really arrogant, aren't you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Senior, are you not going to ask for the reason? The middle-aged man looked Yi Xian in the eye. All I saw was you beating someone up and trying to kill someone. That's enough. Yi Xian smiled and said, Looks like there's no need to say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword silently appeared between Xiao Qian's brows. However, it was clamped between 2 fingers before it could even come into contact with Xiao Qian's skin. Those 2 fingers belonged to the middle-aged man. Looking at the sword in front of him, Xiao Qian's mind went blank. Was this Yi Xian crazy? The middle-aged man's expression also turned cold. He did not expect that Yi Xian would dare to make a move in front of him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. A moment later, his right hand gently shook in Yi Xian's direction. His movement was very light, but the space in front of Yi Xian shook like a wave. On the opposite side of the middle-aged man, Yi Xian was also shocked. This middle-aged man was definitely not an ordinary void-piercing realm. Not daring to be careless, he took a step forward. In an instant, boundless power of the earth gathered around his body. At the same time, a sword condensed in his hand, and in the next moment he slashed down. One sword to decide life and death. Chi. As the sword slashed down, the space before him was shattered. However, his sword was unable to reach the end because the power hidden in the space before him was too strong. At this moment, Yi Xian roared angrily and exerted force with both hands. With a chi sound, the sword slashed down, and the power in front of him was directly shattered. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man in the distance narrowed his eyes. Sword immortal. Yi Xian walked towards the middle-aged man with his sword in hand. His expression was quite ferocious. Under his feet, boundless power of the earth gathered towards him. Seeing that Yi Xian still wanted to make a move, the middle-aged man chuckled. Interesting. As his voice fell, he extended his right hand with his palm facing outwards. In his palm, a powerful force quietly gathered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, and in his palm, a powerful force erupted like a volcano. It swept out. With the appearance of this force, the space around him and Yi Xian distorted. As soon as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, he was directly sent flying. This time he was sent flying for dozens of feet. As soon as he landed, the ground under his feet instantly cracked. At this moment, the middle-aged man lightly stomped his right foot. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian directly split open. Immediately after, countless black air currents suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian to engulf him. The power of dark matter. Shocked, Yi Xian hurriedly activated the Space Dao Law. As soon as the Space Dao Law was activated, the cracked space around him instantly returned to normal. Seeing this, A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man nearby. You can actually repair space, and so easily at that. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. You're quite something. Bai Ling and Xiao Qian were also shocked. They had not expected that Yi Xian would actually fight with this middle-aged man. One must know that this middle-aged man was a martial arts instructor of the inner yard. He was responsible for guiding the inner yard students in the martial path. In the entire inner yard, he was definitely someone that everyone feared. However, Yi Xian was able to exchange several blows with him, and he was only at a disadvantage. Yi Xian held his sword and pointed it diagonally to the ground. He was silent. He knew that the middle-aged man in front of him had not used his full strength. His opponent's strength was truly unfathomable. If not for the Space Dao Law, he would have directly died from that attack. Very powerful. He could not beat him for now. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sheathed his sword, turned around and ran. Seeing Yi Xian run, the middle-aged man was instantly stunned. He ran away just like that. Seeing that Yi Xian had already disappeared into the distance, the middle-aged man shook his head and did not chase after him. He turned around and glanced at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Genesis Master. The middle-aged man said indifferently. This person is not simple. Moreover, his killing intent is extremely strong. If you encounter him in the future, try not to fight him head-on. After saying this, he turned around and left. Xiao Qian and Xiao Qian's expressions were somewhat ugly. At this moment, Bai Ling said in a low voice, "This person is not easy to deal with. Let's wait for Nanshan to come out of seclusion." Xiao Qian was silent for a moment, then nodded. And at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared not far away. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qian and Xiao Qian's expressions changed greatly. Yi Xian grinned and was about to make a move, but at this moment, the Genesis Master who had disappeared earlier appeared in front of Yi Xian again. The Genesis Master coldly looked at Yi Xian. "You want to kill that much?" Yi Xian said indifferently. "Why don't you ask who was looking for trouble first?" The Genesis Master said. "Isn't it enough for you to cut off one of his arms?" Yi Xian laughed. "How is that enough? To be honest, I can't beat you. However, can you protect him for a while? Can you protect him for the rest of his life?" As he said this, his expression became somewhat sinister. He pointed his sword at Xiao Qian not far away. "If you don't give me 200,000 purple origin crystals, not even a god can save his life." The Genesis Master narrowed his eyes. Young people who don't know when to advance or retreat usually end up in a miserable state. "Do you understand?" Yi Xian grinned. He pointed his sword at Xiao Qian not far away. "I'll say it here. Tomorrow morning, if you don't have 200,000 purple origin crystals, your head will definitely be removed. This daddy will do what he says." As he said this, he faced the Genesis Master. "Sir, don't threaten me. I, Yi Xian, reached the true Imperial Law realm at the age of 14, and became a sword immortal at the age of 16. I've never been afraid of anyone." As he said this, he turned around and left. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the three Genesis Masters were stunned. Reached the true Imperial Law realm at the age of 14? Becoming a sword immortal at the age of 16? The former was still alright, but the latter was somewhat terrifying. A 16-year-old sword immortal. This wasn't just terrifying, it was extremely terrifying. The Genesis Master's face darkened. What kind of lunatic is this? As he said this, he turned around and left. Even he didn't dare to act recklessly against such a monstrous genius. Because if he made a mistake, he would become a mortal enemy. That would be troublesome. Moreover, this kind of person definitely had a powerful force behind him. If he killed him, the force behind him might not dare to take revenge on Dao Yi Academy, but they would definitely take revenge on him. Most importantly, a 16-year-old sword immortal would definitely be nurtured by Dao Yi Academy. Unless it was the dean, no one would dare to go against him. Xiao Qian and Xiao Gu in particular, had ugly expressions on their faces. Xiao Qian hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so crazy. Was he a lunatic? At this moment, Bai Ling suddenly said, "Let's go back first, then inform Nanshan." Xiao Qian nodded. Soon the two turned around and left. The students of the inner yard all had their own courtyards. Yi Xian also had his own courtyard. But it was very simple. It was just a wooden house. There were 3 wooden houses on his left and right. Apparently, they all belonged to the students of the inner yard. After Yi Xian returned to his wooden hut, Xiao Ge suddenly arrived. Accompanying him were 2 other men. Inside the hut, Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. "Brother, tell me the truth. You can't be thinking of asking us to fight a Genesis Master with you, right?" "Genesis Master?" Yi Xian was stunned. Then he asked, "The middle-aged man who fought with me earlier?" Xiao Ge nodded. "That's him." Yi Xian laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to help me fight this Genesis Master." Xiao Ge nodded. "That's good." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you have a grudge with Nanshan?" Yi Xian laughed. "You can say that. When I was in the outer court, he started to cause trouble for me. Now that I'm in the inner court, I can settle my debt with him." Xiao Ge wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ge said in a low voice, "Nanshan is not simple. In the inner court, there are 4 monstrous geniuses. These 4 can be considered monstrous geniuses among monstrous geniuses, and Nanshan is one of them. Moreover, there are a few people following him. There are about 7 of them. Xiao Qian and Xiao Ge are not the strongest of the 7. Yi Xian did not understand. Those who are able to enter the inner court are all monstrous geniuses. Why are they so willing to follow someone else? Xiao Ge shook his head and sighed. The Violet Flame Pagoda. To enter the Violet Flame Pagoda to cultivate, not only do you need violet origin crystals, you also need great strength. Because within the pagoda, there are a few floors that are extremely good, but most of them have already been occupied by others. They follow Nanshan precisely, because he is strong and occupies the southern area of the 3rd floor. By following Nanshan, they can also cultivate on the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Benefits. These people followed Nanshan for benefits. At this time, Xiao Ge suddenly said, "You really want to kill Xiao Qian?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Xiao Ge said in a low voice, "Are you really not afraid of making a big deal out of this?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Making a big deal out of this. What he was least afraid of now was making a big deal out of this. At this time, a man suddenly walked into the house. The man walked to Xiao Ji's side and said a few words. Xiao Ji's face sank, then he looked at Yi Xian. "Your name has appeared on the red list. Someone wants to mess with you." Chapter 362. Red Name List? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What is this?" Xiao Ge said in a deep voice, "This is a list of our inner court that has been passed down for a long time. If someone's name is on the list, it means that the person who kills that person will receive a reward." Speaking of this, he glanced at Yi Xian. "Your bounty is 100,000 purple source crystals." 100,000. Hearing this, Yi Xian flew into a rage. "Damn, I'm only worth 100,000 purple source crystals? Are you kidding me?" Xiao Ge and the others. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Does the higher-ups allow this kind of red name list to exist?" Xiao Ge shook his head. "This red name list only exists among us students and it is invisible. No one organizes it. As long as someone on the red name list dies, the bounty will automatically fall into your hands." Yi Xian frowned. "Why?" Xiao Ge smiled. "Because every inner court student will have a red name list notary. If you want someone to be on the list, you have to find this notary. Therefore, if the person you want to kill dies, the notary will automatically give the reward to the other party." Yi Xian asked, "Who is the notary?" Xiao Ge said in a deep voice, "I don't know. He is a very mysterious person. No one knows who he is." Hearing this, Yi Xian's face sank. "Who wants me to die?" The first thing he thought of was Nanshan. But he felt that it was somewhat unlikely. The other party was a super monster, and would not play such a trick to kill him. If it was not the other party, then who was it? Yi Xian pondered. Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. "You have to be careful." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Someone is really coming to kill me?" Xiao Ge smiled bitterly. 100,000 purple source crystals can be used to cultivate in the Purple Flame Tower for a month. Many people will definitely be tempted. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. As he spoke, he turned his head to look outside. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Yi Xian said softly, Brother Xiao, a straightforward person will not beat around the bush. There might be many troublesome things for me to deal with in the inner courtyard. Simply put, there might be fights every day. Xiao Ge was silent. Ever since he met Yi Xian, he had vaguely sensed something. He knew that if he followed Yi Xian, there would be money to be made, but there would definitely be a lot of trouble. At this moment, a man beside Xiao Ge suddenly stood up. He looked straight at Yi Xian. I'll follow you. Of course, one fight would cost 10,000 purple origin crystals. The only condition is that you don't hit the instructors. Evidently, he still knew about the matter of Yi Xian exchanging blows with origin masters. They dared to fight the other students of the inner court, but they didn't dare to fight the instructors because doing so might cause them to be expelled from the academy. Yi Xian faced the man and asked with a smile, What's your name? The man cupped his fists together towards Yi Xian. Li Chuan. Yi Xian smiled slightly. All right. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and a storage ring flew in front of Li Chuan. Inside the storage ring were exactly 10,000 purple origin crystals. At this moment, another man also stood up. Brother Yi, I am Guqiu, and I am also willing to follow Brother Yi. Yi Xian also took out 10,000 purple origin crystals and gave them to Guqiu. Then he faced Xiao Ge. Brother Xiao, what about you? Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. I've already taken your money. Do I have any other choice? At this point, he paused slightly before asking, I wonder what Yi Xian plans to do in the future. Yi Xian smiled. Fight for the cultivation area of the Violet Flame Pagoda. Hearing this, Xiao Ge and the other two's expressions changed. Very quickly, Xiao Ge said seriously, I am also willing to follow Brother Yi. To fight for a good cultivation area, one must have great strength, or in other words, an extremely strong person to lead them. And Yi Xian just happened to be the right person. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. To put it bluntly, now they were not only helping Yi Xian fight, but also because they were all working for the same interests. There were benefits to be gained. Half an hour later, Xiao Ge and the others left, leaving only Yi Xian in the room. Yi Xian sat on the bed, quietly sitting there for the whole night. The next day, in a courtyard, Xiao Qian was standing there, surrounded by 6 other people, including Bai Ling. Behind Xiao Qian, a man glanced at the sky and sneered. It's already morning. Isn't Yi Xian here to kill people? Why isn't he here yet? Is he afraid? At the side, Bai Ling shook her head. This person is not a coward. Let's wait here. The man said coldly. In my opinion, let's go find him directly and see what he can do. Bai Ling glanced at the man who spoke. Qin Feng, you better not underestimate this person. To be able to become a sword immortal at this age, he is not an ordinary person. The man named Qin Feng sneered. Sword immortal? So what if he is a sword immortal? Could he be more outstanding than Brother Nanshan? Bai Ling shook her head slightly. In short, before Nanshan comes out of seclusion, we should wait and see. She was really a little afraid of Yi Xian's strength. One must know that when she and Xiao Qian teamed up, they could not defeat Yi Xian. If she had looked down on Yi Xian in the beginning, then now, she was very afraid of Yi Xian, very afraid. Qin Feng glanced coldly at Bai Ling. If Brother Nanshan has to personally deal with such a small matter, then what's the point of us? Moreover, Yi Xian severed one of Xiao Qian's arms as soon as he entered the inner court. This is a slap to all of our faces. So, I think we should take the initiative to look for him and avenge our humiliation. Bai Ling was just about to speak when she seemed to have noticed something, and she suddenly turned around to look at Xiao Qian, who'd been silent all this time. Xiao Qian stood there without moving. Bai Ling hurriedly walked over to Xiao Qian, and she was just about to speak when Xiao Qian's head suddenly fell off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The surroundings instantly fell deathly silent when they witnessed this scene. Dead. Xiao Qian is dead? The minds of Bai Ling and the others went blank. Right at this moment, Bai Ling suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. It's him, he did it. Yi Xian. Everyone quickly thought of Yi Xian. Impossible. Qin Feng suddenly spoke furiously. How could he possibly kill Xiao Qian without making a sound before us? It's absolutely impossible. Bai Ling stared fixedly at Xiao Qian's head on the ground, and no one knew what she was thinking. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man appeared before everyone. The person that had arrived was the Origin Master. When he saw Xiao Qian's corpse on the ground, the Origin Master's expression instantly turned gloomy. He did it. Before anyone could answer, he suddenly turned around and vanished on the spot. On the other hand, Bai Ling and the others hurriedly followed after him. In next to no time, the Origin Master and the others arrived at Yi Xian's wooden house. The Origin Master waved his right hand, and the door to Yi Xian's wooden house was directly opened. At this moment, Yi Xian walked out from within. When he saw the Origin Master and the others, Yi Xian seemed to be stunned, and then he smiled and said, "What wind blew all of you here today?" The Origin Master stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Did you do it?" Yi Xian frowned and was slightly at a loss. "What do you mean, did I do it?" The Origin Master said coldly, "Xiao Qian is dead." "Dead?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he said, "He committed suicide." Yi Xian. At this moment Bai Ling, who was not far away, suddenly pointed at him angrily. "Did you do it?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Bai Ling said fiercely, "If it wasn't you, who else could it be? You did it." This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Yi Xian was expressionless. "You say I did it. Do you have proof? If you don't, please shut up. If you don't shut up, I'll fight you one-on-one." "You." Bai Ling's face was ashen. Yi Xian ignored Bai Ling and turned to the Origin Master. "Origin Master, do you have proof that I did it?" The Origin Master stared at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Genesis Master, actually, this mess is between me and them. You better stay out of it." The Origin Master sneered. "As an inner courtyard martial arts instructor, I have a responsibility." "Let me." Yi Xian shook his head and interrupted the Origin Master. "Since Origin Master wants to interfere, then so be it." The Origin Master slowly clenched his right hand, his face a little gloomy. "Yi Xian, what do you think Daoyi Academy is? You can kill people whenever you want." "You." Yi Xian interrupted the Origin Master again. "Origin Master, you said I killed people. Do you have proof?" The Origin Master was a little embarrassed because he really did not have proof. This time, Yi Xian looked at Bai Ling and the others. "You said I killed people, but did you see me kill people with your own eyes? Or are you just guessing that I killed people?" Bai Ling and the others' faces were a little ugly because they did not know how Xiao Qian died. Xiao Qian's death was too strange. Other than Bai Ling, the others also did not really believe that it was Yi Xian who did it. Xiao Qian was indeed not a match for Yi Xian, but it was impossible that he did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Moreover, it was in front of them. The Origin Master suddenly asked, "Yi Xian, what have you been doing since last night?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "I am meditating in the house." The Origin Master asked again, "Is there anyone who can testify?" Yi Xian nodded. "Xiao Gu and the others can testify." The Origin Master stared at Yi Xian for a moment, then turned his head. "Pass the order to Xiao Gu." Not long later, Xiao Gu arrived in front of everyone. Xiao Gu bowed slightly to the Origin Master. "Greetings, Origin Master." The Origin Master glanced at Xiao Gu. "Yi Xian has been in the house since last night?" Xiao Gu nodded. "Yes, last night. I Li Chuan and the others were in Brother Ye's room." The Origin Master narrowed his eyes. "Why were you in his room?" Xiao Gu smiled. "Yi Xian reached Sword Immortal at such a young age. We wanted to get to know him." The Origin Master stared at Xiao Gu. "Are you sure?" Xiao Gu nodded. "I'm sure." The Origin Master still wanted to ask something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Actually, I think this Xiao Qian might have felt guilty in his heart, so he committed suicide." Saying this, he looked at Bai Ling, who was not far away. "Do you feel guilty?" Hearing this, Bai Ling's expression instantly changed. "You, what do you mean?" Yi Xian grinned. "Actually, if you get to know me, you will find that I am a very, very easy person to get along with. Of course, if someone wants to bully me, I will definitely make them die a horrible death. Oh, let me clarify, this Xiao Qian was not killed by me, really, I swear on my character, on the character of my good brother Mo Yunqi, that he really was not killed by me. P.S. Recently, because of the matters at home, my condition is not particularly good. Whether it is the quality or the updates, they have been affected to a certain extent. When it comes to writing, it is too easy to be affected by external factors. I will adjust my condition as soon as possible and write a better book. Perhaps I have many shortcomings, but I can guarantee that when writing a book, I am serious, and I will write it seriously and properly. And the reader who is looking at the scenery at 0 degrees, don't be too excited. I have been too busy recently, and rarely look at the book comments section. To be honest, seeing that you are pointing out the shortcomings of this book, I am still happy, because it proves that this book has not completely disappointed you. Proves that you are still reading it. Just this point, to me personally, I am still happy. I will work even harder. For the readers, but also for myself. After all, I am now the one who makes a living. Finally, thank you everyone for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 363. In front of the wooden hut, Bai Ling stared at Yi Xian. She knew that it was Yi Xian who did it. But she didn't know how Yi Xian could kill Xiao Qian without anyone noticing. This method was too strange. The Genesis Master was also puzzled. How did Yi Xian kill Xiao Qian in front of everyone? Xiao Qian might have lost an arm, but he was still a true Imperial Magic Realm expert. Moreover, Bai Ling and the rest were around. Mysterious. The Genesis Master looked at Yi Xian. I will let the Academy handle this. He turned and left. In the end, he decided not to get involved. The reason why he got involved was because Yi Xian was too arrogant the first time. He wanted to suppress Yi Xian's arrogance. But now he realized that Yi Xian was too mysterious. If he continued to get involved, he might get himself into trouble. Any student who came to the Dao Yi Academy would definitely have a powerful background. Seeing that the Genesis Master was about to leave, Bai Ling's face changed. Genesis Master? The Origin Master ignored him and disappeared into the distance. In front of the bamboo hut, Qin Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, Yi Xian, you won't live long for someone as arrogant as you. You? Yi Xian pointed at Qin Feng. Come and hit me. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face turned ugly. He was about to attack, but Bai Ling stopped him. Bai Ling said, Wait for Nanshan to come out. Yi Xian suddenly said, Hey, why are you stopping him? Don't stop him, let him come. Yi Xian. Qin Feng glared at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. A powerful aura swept out from his body and blasted towards Yi Xian. And at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward, and then, a beam of sword light slashed down from above Qin Feng's head. Boom. The aura released by Qin Feng was directly shattered by Yi Xian's sword. Immediately after, Qin Feng retreated rapidly. Just as Yi Xian was about to make another move, Bai Ling and the others suddenly made their moves. Bang! Yi Xian retreated dozens of feet. Bai Ling stared at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, do you think you can beat 10 of us? Yi Xian laughed and said, From your tone, it sounds like you want to gang up on me. Bai Ling said coldly, So what if it's a group fight? One-on-one? She knew very well that there was basically no one who could beat Yi Xian in a one-on-one duel. Yi Xian smiled. So what if I'm ganging up on you? As his voice fell, 4 people appeared behind him. These 4 people were Xiao Gu and the others. Seeing Xiao Gu and the rest, Bai Ling's face fell. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward, and a sword light slashed towards Bai Ling. Xiao Gu and the others also immediately made their moves. Seeing this scene, Bai Ling narrowed her eyes and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in front of her. Boom. Both sides were directly separated by this aura. Yi Xian and the others stopped, and in front of him, an old man appeared. This person is the Great Elder. Seeing the Great Elder, Bai Ling and the others hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Great Elder. The Great Elder looked at Yi Xian and said, Come with me. After speaking, he turned around and left. Beside Yi Xian, Xiaoge said in a deep voice, "Brother Yi." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine." After speaking, he followed. Soon, Yi Xian followed the great elder to the Daoyi Hall. There were a few people in the hall, including the Swordsmasters. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with ugly expressions. Ever since Yi Xian came to the Daoyi Academy, he has been too good at stirring up trouble. The great elder looked at Yi Xian and said, "Can't you just calm down a little?" Yi Xian said with some grievance, "I also don't want to cause trouble." "You still don't want to cause trouble?" Not far away, the Swordsmaster said coldly. After entering the inner courtyard, "You killed an inner courtyard student, you." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the Swordsmaster. "Swordsmaster, you said that I killed someone, but do you have proof?" The Swordsmaster said indifferently, "There is no proof, but Yi Xian, we are all smart people. You know in your heart whether you killed someone or not." Yi Xian said, "I didn't kill anyone." The Swordsmaster's mouth twitched. He finally understood what it meant to lie with one's eyes open. At this time, the great elder suddenly said, "Yi Xian, this time I called you here to ask you, can you calm down a little?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Great elder, heaven and earth can bear witness. They were the ones who came to find trouble with me first." The great elder was expressionless. "Then you killed them? You want to kill someone because of a little fight?" Yi Xian said, "I didn't kill anyone." The grand elder looked at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. "Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to ask you. Did you really give that treasure to Wang Qinya?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes again. He nodded. "If the great elder doesn't believe me, you can search me." "Search?" The great elder looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "All right, the old man still wants to confirm it." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense fell on Yi Xian. Seeing that the great elder was really going to search him, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. But it quickly returned to normal. Very soon, the grand elder furrowed his brows because he had scanned Yi Xian's entire body with his spirit, and found nothing. After a moment of silence, the great elder looked at Yi Xian. "I have a mission for you." "Mission?" Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, then asked, "What mission?" The great elder said, "Go to Cliff Mountain." "Cliff Mountain?" Yi Xian was a little puzzled. The great elder said, "Our Daoyi Institute has many properties. This Cliff Mountain is one of them." Previously, we received news that 3 guards and 2 students disappeared for no reason in the past month. Go check it out. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, "Is there any benefit?" Hearing this, the mouths of the instructors and elders in the hall twitched. The great elder glanced at Yi Xian. "Of course there is. If you find out the truth and settle the matter at Cliff Mountain, you can enter the Violet Flame Pagoda for free for half a month." Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. "All right. I'll go to Cliff Mountain." The great elder nodded. "You may leave." Yi Xian turned and left. Inside the hall, the great elder glanced at Yi Xian, not knowing what he was thinking. At the side, a Genesis master suddenly said in a low voice, "Everyone, it is undeniable that this person is extremely talented. Even in the inner courtyard he is top-notch. However, everyone has seen his personality. He is a complete thorn in the side. If he is allowed to stay in the inner courtyard, it will not be peaceful. Moreover, this person seems to have a grudge with Nanshan. After Nanshan comes out of seclusion, the 2 of them will probably fight to the death." The great elder nodded slightly. "Therefore, I sent him to Cliff Mountain to temporarily resolve the conflict between the 2 of them." On the side, an old man nodded slightly. "This person's temperament isn't that bad. It's just that he's hot-tempered and needs to be tempered." He then looked at the grand elder. "There's one more thing. Recently we've noticed some experts around Daoyi Academy, but they're all in hiding. If I'm not wrong, they might be here for this Yi Xian." The great elder said in a deep voice, "Do you know which forces it is?" The elder shook his head. "I don't know. They are all in the dark and haven't shown themselves." The grand elder was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Pay more attention when you have time." The Genesis master suddenly said, "Everyone in the outside world thinks that the treasure is in our Daoyi Academy. I personally think that Yi Xian should be allowed to leave." The great elder shook his head. Even if he leaves, others will think that the treasure has fallen into the hands of the Dao Yi Academy. The problem is that the treasure is not in the hands of the Dao Yi Academy. The Origin Master said in a low voice. It's still in Yi Xian's hands? But Grand Elder, you... The Grand Elder looked out of the hall, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Yi Xian left the hall, he looked up at the sky. He hadn't contacted Ling or Lanxiu yet, because he realized that the Dao Yi Academy was coveting him, or rather, the prison pagoda. After a while, Yi Xian shook his head. He could only take it one step at a time. An hour later, Yi Xian left the Dao Yi Academy and headed for Cliff Mountain. As soon as Yi Xian left the Dao Yi Academy, a voice resounded in his mind. Go back. It was the voice of the Great Elder on the second floor. Yi Xian frowned. Why? The Great Elder said in a low voice. Sense the surroundings. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and sensed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything. Yi Xian was puzzled. There's no one. The Great Elder said. If you can't sense anyone, what does that mean? Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He couldn't sense anyone, which meant that the other party's strength was far beyond his. Without hesitation, he hurried back to Daoyi City. Inside the city, Yi Xian asked in a low voice, Great Elder, how many people are following me? The Great Elder replied, 6. You know one of them, it's the old man in the hall. The Great Elder. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. The other party was definitely not here to protect him. Yi Xian stood in place for a long time, and after a while, the corners of his mouth curled up. Half an hour later, Yi Xian left Daoyi City, but he didn't go too far. Soon, an old man in a gray robe appeared in front of him. The old man glanced at Yi Xian, and was about to speak when Yi Xian said, You're here for the treasure, aren't you? The old man was taken aback, but Yi Xian said, You're late. The old man frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian said, The treasure is in someone else's hands, so you're late. The old man narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'll believe you? Yi Xian smiled. Why wouldn't you believe me? The old man snickered. Why would you give such a treasure to someone else? Besides, if you gave it to someone else, they wouldn't let you live. Yi Xian sighed. It's precisely because it's too precious that I gave it to someone else. I'm too weak now, and it's not a blessing, but a curse. If you don't believe me, then make your move. The old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and then said, It's in the hands of Dao Yi Academy. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man's expression turned cold. Yes or no? Yi Xian didn't speak. The old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and finally, his divine sense fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't resist, and soon, Yi Xian was scanned inside and out, including the contents of his spatial ring. There was nothing. The old man's face darkened when he saw this. After a while, he looked at Yi Xian. I don't believe you. Yi Xian turned and ran, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in Daoyi City. The old man was stunned. Chapter 364. Ran away? The gray-robed elder's face darkened. He glanced coldly at Daoyi City not far away. Let's see how long you can hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Inside the city, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. These experts were not so easy to fool. In the corner, Yi Xian was deep in thought. He knew that these people outside had already guessed that the prison pagoda had fallen into the hands of Dao Yi Academy. However, they did not dare to ask for it from Dao Yi Academy. But they dared to ask him for it. Therefore, this move of hatred was useless. These people would not let him go. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked, Second floor guru, can you help me fight? No. The second floor guru replied decisively. Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. The second floor guru replied, To recover my yuan qi. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The second floor guru could not help. The fourth floor could not help either. He could only rely on himself. And he could not defeat them. If he could not defeat them, he had to outsmart them. At that moment, the second floor guru suddenly said, There are 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. You can borrow the rightmost one. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Soon he hurried to say, Borrow it? Isn't that sword suppressing the pagoda? The second-floor guru said. This pagoda is being suppressed by a ray of sword light. It will be fine for the time being. Therefore, you can borrow that sword. Of course, with your current strength, you may not be able to use it. Yi Xian said. Second-floor guru, please don't trick me. If I pull out the sword, the pagoda will collapse and I will be gone. Scram. An angry shout came from the second floor. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was wrong. The second floor guru did not reply. Yi Xian used the primal chaos chi to conceal himself. Then he found a secluded place and entered the world prison pagoda. He arrived at the top of the world prison pagoda. In front of him, there were 3 swords. All 3 swords gave him a different feeling. His gaze fell on the rightmost sword. Looking at this sword, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before placing his right hand on the hilt. The sword trembled slightly, and so did the entire prison pagoda. Yi Xian gently pulled the sword out of the ground. Very easy. Yi Xian himself was a little shocked because it was too easy. Right at this moment, the sword trembled slightly, and a subtle sword cry suddenly resounded. In the next moment, a shapeless sword force suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. At the instant this sword force appeared, Yi Xian's entire body directly split open. Yi Xian was horrified and hurriedly stabbed the sword in. After the sword fell, the invisible force of the sword instantly disappeared. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, his heart was tumbling like waves. When he held the sword just now, he felt like his entire body was sucked dry. Powerless. A deep sense of powerlessness. Besides that, the force of the sword was so strong that even he couldn't withstand it. The power of heaven and earth couldn't compare to the force of this sword. What a terrifying sword. At this moment, the second-floor guru's voice suddenly rang out. You can't use this sword right now, not even once. Yi Xian nodded with a serious expression. This sword's terror was beyond his imagination. Right now, he couldn't even hold the sword, let alone use it. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian realized how insignificant he was. He couldn't even lift a sword. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Although he was a little shocked, he wasn't discouraged. Because he was still young. As long as he worked hard, there was nothing impossible in the future. Although he couldn't use this sword, Yi Xian thought of a use for it. Yi Xian left the prison tower in 7.5 minutes. Then he went out of the city. He left the city in broad daylight. After leaving the city, he entered a mountain range. From the second-floor guru, he found out that there were 6 to 7 people behind him. One of them had a very obscure aura that even the second-floor guru couldn't completely lock on. After entering the mountain range, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Soon, an old man appeared where Yi Xian disappeared. It was the gray-robed old man from before. The gray-robed old man frowned. How could he disappear without a trace? As he said this, his expression suddenly changed. This was because a man in black had appeared in front of him. The man in black stood in front of him without a sound. There was no aura at all. He couldn't even feel his existence. The gray-robed old man's expression instantly darkened. The man in black had his back to the gray-robed old man. His hands were behind his back. His voice was a little hoarse. Are you looking for him? The gray-robed old man glanced at the man in black. Who are you? The man in black coldly said. Who do you think I am? The gray-robed old man narrowed his eyes. Are you also here for Yi Xian's treasure? The man in black sneered. The rest of you come out. There was no movement around. The man in black coldly said, What? Do you want the old man to invite you out? How arrogant of you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the right side of the man in black. Soon, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared on the right side of the man in black. The middle-aged man held 2 white jade balls in his hands. The 2 balls gently collided against each other. From time to time, there would be some ear-piercing sounds of friction. The middle-aged man looked at the man in black and sneered. Let me guess. You should be the person behind Yi Xian? The man in black calmly said. Those who want that treasure, come out and report your sect. The middle-aged man smiled. What, you want to get rid of all of us at once? As he spoke, he sized up the man in black and grinned. I have to say, you are indeed strange. But if that's all you have, I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress us. The man in black softly said. You are very confident. The middle-aged man smiled. Confidence comes from strength. As he spoke, he looked around. Looks like none of them are willing to come out. Then let me start first. I am the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sect, Mo Yanxiao. The man in black suddenly pointed to the left with his right hand. 30 feet ahead, that old man over there. Stop looking, I'm talking to you. Come out. After a moment of silence, an old man appeared where the man in black was pointing. Seeing this, Mo Yanxiao's eyes narrowed. The old man only stared at the man in black. The man in black said, Which force are you from? The old man was about to speak when Mo Yanxiao suddenly laughed. The first elder of the Tai sect, Gu Xianfeng. The old man looked at Mo Yanxiao coldly and did not speak. The man in black suddenly pointed in front of him. 40 feet away, the one in white. Come out. As soon as Yi Xian spoke, a middle-aged man in white stepped out. Seeing this person, Gu Xianfeng and Mo Yanxiao both frowned. The middle-aged man in white looked at the man in black. Impressive. The man in black asked, Which sect are you from? The middle-aged man in white said softly, Rebirth sect, Fengchan. The man in black nodded. The remaining 3. Will you come out yourselves or should I invite you out? Interesting. A voice rang out not far in front of the man in black. Very quickly, a white-haired old man appeared. The white-haired old man smiled. Looks like we've met an extremely powerful cultivator today. The old man is very curious about your identity. As he spoke, he paused and smiled. I forgot to introduce myself. The old man is a lone cultivator. I don't belong to any sect. I'm here for the treasure. The man in black clenched his right hand. Where are the other 2? Very quickly, 2 men in black appeared beside him. They stood together. Clearly they were in cahoots. The man in black nodded. There's one more. Why? Is the great elder of Dao Yi Academy so cowardly? As soon as the man in black finished speaking, an old man appeared beside him. It was the great elder of Dao Yi Academy. The great elder stared at the man in black. How should I address you? The man in black shook his head. Great elder, are you here to protect Yi Xian or are you here to fight for the treasure with them? The great elder replied. What does this have to do with you? The man in black chuckled. Of course it has to do with me. If it's the former, then it's fine. If it's the latter, then the old man might have to clean up his sect today. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This man in black was also from Dao Yi Academy? The great elder stared at the man in black. There's no way you're from Dao Yi Academy. Who are you? Everyone looked at the man in black. Obviously, they were all very curious about this man in black who had suddenly appeared. There were very, very few people that they could not sense. There were only 2 reasons for this. One was that the person was far stronger than them. The other was that the person had a special technique. The man in black shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about Yi Xian. He's my disciple. Today the old man's clone appeared to. Clone. High Cloud Sect Headmaster Mo Yanxiao suddenly asked. You said you're a clone? The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed slightly when they heard these words. The man in black asked. What do you think? Mo Yanxiao smiled. I have to say, you're very strange indeed. Even we can't sense your presence. That's very shocking. However, no one here is easily frightened. Since you've asked us to come out, if we don't show a thing or 2, wouldn't it be a little unreasonable? The man in black chuckled. I understand. You think the old man is trying to scare you, right? Mo Yanxiao spoke indifferently. We know that Yi Xian is such a monstrous genius, so he definitely has someone backing him. However, we'd like to see exactly how strong that person is. The man in black asked. You want to see? Mo Yanxiao smiled. Please make your move. Everyone looked at the man in black. Meanwhile, the man in black opened his right hand. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the sword trembled slightly, and a sword howl resounded through the sky. Oem. As the sword howl resounded, the space and ground in an area of over 100 kilometers cracked apart. At the same time, An invisible sword aura appeared in the surroundings. As it appeared, everyone felt as if a myriad of mountains were pressing down on them. Everyone was horrified. Meanwhile, the man in black suddenly said, "The old man is invincible. All of you do as you please. Attack together." All of them were speechless. Chapter 365. Silence reigned. Everyone stared at the sword. Apart from seriousness, there was also deep fear in their eyes. Even Mo Yanxiao, who had always been calm, had a grave expression on his face. The sword gave off the feeling that it could shatter a starry sky. Powerful. Unreasonably powerful. Just then, the black-robed man's voice rang out again. "What? Is no one attacking?" Mo Yanxiao glanced at the black-robed man and said in a low voice, "How should I address you, senior?" Senior. Once an expert made a move, it was obvious. The black-robed man had only revealed his sword, and it was already so terrifying. If he attacked, wouldn't it be earth-shattering? Therefore, to the crowd, this black-robed man was undoubtedly a peerless big shot. The black-robed man said coolly, "The old man has long forgotten his name. Even if he remembered, you kids wouldn't recognize the old man." At this point, he paused for a moment and put the sword away. Just then, the crowd felt a weight lift off their shoulders and their bodies relaxed. The black-robed man suddenly asked, "Is there anything on the interstellar bounty list in the never-ending star field?" Mo Yanxiao thought about it and shook his head. "Apart from the one Yi Xian has, there isn't anything else." The black-robed man sneered. "Then do you know why that ultimate treasure is in the never-ending star field? Do you know why the leader of the Azure Firmament World's Realm Defense Alliance died?" Mo Yanxiao glanced at the black-robed man. "It should have been done by a senior, right?" The black-robed man shook his head. "It wasn't done by the old man. To put it bluntly, it would be a disaster for the entire never-ending starfield if such an ultimate treasure fell into the hands of the never-ending starfield. How dare you try to snatch it? You really don't know what's good for you." Mo Yanxiao frowned. "Why?" Just then, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "Because the entire never-ending starfield doesn't have the fortune to enjoy such an ultimate treasure." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. Yi Xian didn't have the fortune to enjoy such an ultimate treasure, but who in the never-ending starfield could? Themselves? What would happen if they obtained it? Everyone's expressions darkened at this thought. If he obtained it, he would definitely die. At this time, the black-clothed man said again, "All of you only know that Yi Xian possesses a great treasure, but do you know his identity?" Everyone looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man snorted coldly. The other old man doesn't want to say much. At this point, he suddenly turned to face the Great Elder. "Great Elder, the old man knows what you're thinking. Even the old man would be tempted by such a precious treasure, let alone you. However, you must remember, even if you obtain this treasure, what can you do? Not only did you bring trouble to yourself, but you also brought trouble to our Dao Yi Academy." The Great Elder looked at the black-clothed man in shock. "Senior, are you really from the Dao Yi Academy?" The man in black said coldly, "Why? Is the identity of the Dao Yi Academy so precious that you even want to impersonate an old man?" The Great Elder hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, "May I know Senior's name?" The black-clothed man replied indifferently, "Don't ask about that. Remember, Yi Xian is in our Dao Yi Academy. To our Dao Yi Academy, it's a blessing and a curse. If he were to die here, you'll be the greatest sinner of our academy. As for all of you, the old man has no interest in tangling with you. If you dare to have any designs on him, the old man will not let you off." As his voice landed, he disappeared from the spot. Just like that, he disappeared without a single trace of aura. After the black-clothed man left, Mo Yanxiao said solemnly, "Seems like there's a huge whirlpool behind this Yi Xian." As he spoke, he looked at the crowd. "What that senior said just now doesn't make sense. Such a precious treasure. Yi Xian doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, and neither do we. Everyone farewell." As he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. After Mo Yanxiao left, the rest followed suit, leaving only two people behind. They were the great elder of the Daoyi Academy, and the Gate of Life's leader. Feng Chan looked at the spot where the black-clothed man had disappeared and muttered softly, "Such a move, truly unfathomable." As he spoke he smiled faintly. "What a pity, I should have exchanged blows with him just now. If I could, I would have benefited greatly." The great elder asked indifferently, "You could have taken that blow?" Hearing this, Feng Chan's smile slowly disappeared. The great elder looked at the spot where the black-clothed man had disappeared in silence. A senior of the Daoyi Academy. As far as he could remember, the Daoyi Academy did not have such a terrifying swordsman. Not even in the past 1,000 years. Could it be more than 1,000 years? The great elder's expression turned serious at this thought. After a while, the great elder turned to leave. Just then, Feng Chan suddenly spoke up. "Great elder, as far as I know, Yi Xian seems to have been targeted by someone in the Daoyi Academy." The great elder stopped and looked at Feng Chan, who smiled. That senior also said that Yi Xian's presence in the Daoyi Academy is a mixed blessing and disaster. Why don't you give him to the Gate of Life? The great elder laughed coldly. Scram. As he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Feng Chan smiled faintly, then disappeared as well. On the other side, Yi Xian sat on the ground, his heart filled with lingering fear. That black-clothed man was him. Of course he was afraid. If he had been exposed in front of so many experts, he wouldn't even know how he died. It was too dangerous. But he had no choice. If he didn't, these people would follow him every day. He wouldn't be able to live. Most importantly, he couldn't beat them. Sword. Yi Xian thought of that sword. If he could master that sword, he would be able to kill all those powerhouses just now with one strike. The problem was that he couldn't control that sword at all. He couldn't even hold it. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed softly. He had to cultivate hard and reach the void-piercing realm as soon as possible. After a while, Yi Xian quietly left and arrived at Cliff Mountain. Cliff Mountain wasn't big, but it was a treasure mountain because it produced nearly 1,000,000 purple origin crystals every year. Many people coveted this treasure mountain, but no faction dared to touch it because it belonged to the Daoyi Academy. The name of the Daoyi Academy was very influential in the never-ending Starfield. The person who received Yi Xian was an old man named Lu Wen, who was in charge of the affairs of Cliff Mountain. In a large hall, Lu Wen glanced at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, didn't the academy send anyone else?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Am I not enough?" Lu Wen shook his head. "Of course not." Yi Xian said, "Tell me the details." Lu Wen said in a low voice, "Recently, people have been going missing in Cliff Mountain. Not only that, but the purple origin crystals underground are also decreasing. I have been investigating for a long time, but I don't have any clues." Yi Xian asked, "Was it done by an outside faction?" Lu Wen shook his head. "I don't think so." "Why?" Yi Xian asked. Lu Wen said in a low voice, "If it was done by an outside faction, why would they kill one person at a time? And only a few purple origin crystals were taken?" Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. "That's true. If it's not an outsider, then it's one of us?" Lu Wen smiled bitterly. "I'm the only one left here. As for the others, they either died or left." Yi Xian. A moment later, Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Where did those people die?" Lu Wen said in a low voice, "Underground." Yi Xian said, "Take me there." Yi Xian followed Lu Wen to the bottom of Cliff Mountain. Yi Xian saw scattered purple origin crystals on some of the mountain walls. Lu Wen said, "These purple origin crystals are still small, and the purple origin qi in them is not enough. Therefore, it's not time to mine them." Yi Xian nodded. "Is this Cliff Mountain the biggest source of income for Daoyi Academy?" Lu Wen shook his head. "No. Daoyi Academy's biggest source of income is Daoyi City. There are many factions in the city, and they have to pay rent to Daoyi Academy every year. The monthly rent for the area in front of the city gate is several times higher than Cliff Mountain's income." Yi Xian understood. He understood why the Daoyi Academy sent him to this place. It was because this wasn't an important place. At the same time, he also realized that the wealth of these powerful factions was terrifying. He still had about 800,000 purple origin crystals, which was a lot. However, when compared to these top forces, there was simply no comparison at all. Lu Wen suddenly said, "Do you still want to go down and see?" Yi Xian thought about it, and was about to speak when the voice of the god on the second floor rang in his head. "There are spirits down there. Be careful." Spirits? Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he asked, "What spirit?" The god on the second floor said, "There are spirits born in the world such as Xiaoling. She is a good one, but there are also evil ones. The most common ones are evil spirits, and evil spirits. They are called spirits." Yi Xian asked, "Is she strong?" The god on the second floor said, "Do you think Xiaoling is strong?" Yi Xian gave a wry smile. Xiaoling was strong, but he had no idea how strong she was. What about the spirits down there? Yi Xian hesitated. He had to be careful when dealing with the spirits in the world, because if he was not careful, they could give him a surprise. The god on the second floor said, "Let's go down and see." Yi Xian hesitated and asked, "Is it dangerous?" The god on the second floor said, "Yes, but it is also an opportunity. If your sword has a spirit as its sword spirit, its power will multiply." A spirit as a sword spirit. Yi Xian was shocked. "Is that okay?" "Yes." In the same place, Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. He seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Wen. "You go back first. I will go down and check it myself." Lu Wen hesitated and nodded. "Young Master Yi, be careful." After saying that, he turned and left. After Lu Wen left, Yi Xian continued to go down. The lower he went, the more purple origin crystals there were. However, they were all unripe. If he took them now, the value of these purple origin crystals would be greatly reduced. Moreover, there were not many purple origin crystals, so Yi Xian was not tempted. About half an hour later, Yi Xian reached the bottom, but he did not see the spirit. Yi Xian said, "God on the second floor, can you find its existence?" The god on the second floor said, "It has been following you." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 366. Yi Xian's face was a little dark. "Are you sure?" The master on the second floor said lightly. "Turn around and take a look." Yi Xian turned around, but there was nothing behind him. At this time, the voice of the master on the second floor sounded again. "Turn around again." Yi Xian immediately turned around, but there was still nothing. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Are you messing with me?" As soon as his voice fell, he seemed to feel something. He suddenly turned around, only to see a blood-red little claw coming at him head-on. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly dodged backward. At the same time, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword case behind him and slashed at the little claw. Bang! The little claw trembled violently and retracted. In front of Yi Xian stood a little guy. It was not very big, like a baby, with a sheep horn braid, and its whole body was blood-red. Its appearance was quite ugly, and one could tell at a glance that it was not a good person. Spirit. The little guy stared at Yi Xian, and its eyes did not hide the greed. Yi Xian frowned and asked in his heart, "What kind of spirit is this?" After a moment of silence, the master on the second floor said, "It should be the legendary blood spirit, condensed from fresh blood, and loves to drink blood. However, logically speaking, this kind of spirit is generally born in places of war. How could it be here?" Blood spirit. Yi Xian looked at the little guy in front of him. At this moment, the little guy suddenly disappeared, and it slapped at Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian was shocked, and did not dare to be careless. His figure flashed, and a sword light slashed straight down. Boom! This sword slashed down, and a figure retreated rapidly. This figure was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated to the mountain wall before stopping, and the mountain wall behind him directly collapsed. After stopping, Yi Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This guy was so strong. At this moment, the spirit's face suddenly looked ferocious. The next moment, it slapped forward, and suddenly, a bloody mist appeared. The bloody mist engulfed Yi Xian, and at that moment, Yi Xian felt dizzy, as if he was going to suffocate. Scram! At this moment, An angry shout suddenly sounded from the second floor. The next moment, the blood mist around Yi Xian was directly shattered. At the same time, the spirit had already retreated dozens of feet away. At this moment, it looked around with a solemn face, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he almost died. So powerful. Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. The voice of God on the second floor suddenly sounded. Right now you are only average in this system. What gives you the confidence to look down on a spirit? Yi Xian was silent. From the green firmament world to the present, he had been improving very quickly because of special skills, special people, and special treasures. Under such circumstances, with such a speed of growth, it was inevitable that he would become arrogant. For example, just now he did not treat this spirit seriously. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by it in one move. At this moment, the eyes of the spirit suddenly fell on Yi Xian. It stared at Yi Xian, and suddenly, two bloody lights shot out from its eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He opened his right hand, and the space sword instantly condensed. The next moment he suddenly slashed forward. One sword to decide life and death. This sword slashed down. Swoosh. The two bloody lights were instantly shattered. At the same time, the spirit retreated again and again. This time, it directly retreated to the mountain wall opposite to Yi Xian. The spirit stared at Yi Xian, and its eyes became somewhat ferocious. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "This guy is not easy to deal with." God on the second floor said, "If you subdue it and seal it in your sword will change qualitatively. At that time, your strength will also change qualitatively." This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Hearing this, Yi Xian was quite tempted. Strength. Now he was eager to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at the evil spirit not far away, and the latter was staring at him. The next moment, one person and one spirit disappeared in place at the same time. Boom. An explosion suddenly sounded in the field. And then, a bloody light and sword light shook the surroundings, and the surroundings were a mess. Yi Xian held the long sword in his hand, and pointed it diagonally to the ground. Not far in front of him, there was a sea of blood. At this moment he could no longer find the true location of the spirit. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and ran. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the moment when Yi Xian disappeared, a red light shot out and chased after Yi Xian. But when it turned a corner, it suddenly stopped because Yi Xian had disappeared, and even his aura was gone. The spirit scanned its surroundings. Suddenly, a sword appeared above its head without any warning. The sudden sword made the spirit's face change dramatically, and a bloody light shook out of its body. Boom. The bloody light forcibly resisted Yi Xian's sword, but the powerful force contained in the sword forced it to retreat again and again. In the process of its retreat, for flying swords suddenly drilled out of the space around it, the field was quiet. The spirit was nailed by the four swords, and it did not dare to move. Yi Xian walked in front of the spirit. The latter looked ferocious, clenched its claws, and the killing intent in its eyes was still not reduced. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Can you speak?" "Damn human beings!" The spirit suddenly roared, and its voice was like thunder, making Yi Xian's eardrums sting. Yi Xian was a little speechless. What do you mean by damn human beings? There are many bad human beings, but there are also many good ones, right? No. At this time, the voice of the god on the second floor suddenly sounded. Human beings are greedy by nature, and they are the greediest creatures in this universe. Yes. Xiaolinger's voice also suddenly sounded. Human beings are the worst. Super bad. Kill human beings. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. He felt that he had offended the public by saying something for human beings. The god on the second floor suddenly said, "In my place, human beings are all dead." Yi Xian frowned. Why? The god on the second floor said, "Because human beings have offended the public, and they have been slaughtered by the joint forces of all races." Yi Xian. Let me go. At this time, the spirit suddenly roared. Yi Xian suddenly put his sword between the spirit's eyebrows, and the sword went half an inch into it. The spirit suddenly quieted down. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Be my sword spirit voluntarily, and I will let you live." The spirit glared at Yi Xian. "No." At this time, Yi Xian's sword suddenly went half an inch deeper, and the spirit's body became stiff. It hurriedly said, "We can negotiate." Hearing this, Yi Xian was immediately amused. This guy is afraid of death. As long as he is afraid of death. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Are you really willing?" The spirit looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "Of course." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't believe you." After that he asked in his heart, "God on the second floor, do you have any ideas?" After a moment of silence, the voice of the God on the second floor sounded. "Take control of a wisp of his soul, so that he will not dare to betray us again." Yi Xian nodded and then looked at the spirit. "I want to control your soul." Hearing this, the spirit's expression suddenly became ferocious. At this time, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. But Yi Xian suddenly said, "You don't want to? Then die." The spirit stared at Yi Xian. "Damn human. How can I be enslaved by you for life? Do it." Yi Xian frowned slightly, and was about to do it. At this time, the voice of the God on the second floor suddenly sounded. 1 year later he will give you back your freedom." This time, the voice of the God on the second floor was not transmitted to Yi Xian, so the spirit also heard it. The spirit looked around and then looked at Yi Xian. 1 year? Yi Xian said in a deep voice in his heart. "Is 1 year enough?" The God on the second floor said quietly, "If it is not enough, then you are incompetent." Yi Xian smiled bitterly and then nodded. 1 year it is. Only 1 year. The spirit thought for a moment and gradually calmed down. After a moment, it looked at Yi Xian. Then a wisp of blood suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian caught it. The God on the second floor said, "Put it in your mind, and you will know what it is thinking. At the critical moment, you can control its life and death." Without hesitation, Yi Xian put the wisp of soul into his mind. Soon, Yi Xian felt that there was more information in his mind. It was the spirit's information. And the spirit's thought at this moment was to kill him. Yi Xian shook his head and did not argue with this guy. Anyway, now the spirit's life and death were in his hands. Yi Xian was about to leave, but at this moment, the spirit suddenly said, "I have stored something below. I want to take it away." Below? Yi Xian looked down, and there was no way down. This was the end. The spirit suddenly flew to a place not far to the right of Yi Xian. Its right claw gently pressed forward. Soon the mountain wall was directly separated, and it ran down. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Soon Yi Xian was stunned. In front of him was a violet genesis crystal the size of a small mountain. A lot of purple source crystals. At least 500,000. And they were all mature. Yi Xian was stunned. The spirit turned to look at Yi Xian. "Help me take it away." Yi Xian was slightly stunned, but soon he understood. This guy should not have treasures like a storage ring. Yi Xian said seriously, "This. Is there a problem?" asked the spirit. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "No problem, it's just a small matter. I'll help you take it all away." Then, with a wave of his right hand, he stored all the resource crystals into the prison pagoda. At this moment, his face was calm, but his heart was blooming with joy. Just like this, Yi Xian brought the spirit back to the outside of Cliff Mountain. He also found Lu Wen. In front of Lu Wen, Yi Xian quietly sighed. "I am useless. I did not find anything. When I return, I will report to the Grand Elder, and ask the Grand Elder to send someone else. Farewell." Then he turned and disappeared into the sky. Lu Wen. Yi Xian had just returned to Dao Yi Academy, and was about to go into seclusion to mold the spirit into the sword when Xiao Ge and the others found him. Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. "Nanshan is out of seclusion, and he said that Dao Yi Academy will either have him or you." Yi Xian. P.S. A reader told me that he was cuckolded. The reason was that his girlfriend went out to drink with someone, got drunk, and then he said that his girlfriend also regretted it, and now he did not know what to do. To be honest, Girls should not go out to drink with people with bad character. There are not many people in this world who are as noble and moral as me. End of this chapter. Chapter 367. Nanshan. Yi Xian nodded. He came looking for me? Xiao Ge shook his head. No. However, since he said this, it means that he really won't rest until one of us dies. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Nanshan has a lot of connections in the inner court. You have to be prepared. Yi Xian smiled. I know. You can leave first. Remember to inform me immediately if there is any news. Xiao Ge nodded, then turned and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. Xiao Ge stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Stand guard for me. I'm cultivating in seclusion. Don't let anyone in. Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. If I can beat them, I won't let a single one in. If I can't beat them, I can't do anything. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Xiao Ge nodded, then turned and left the wooden house. After Xiao Ge left, Yi Xian entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, the spirit was currently revolving around Xiao Linger, while Xiao Linger was planting her spirit fruits. Up until now, there were more and more spirit fruits in the prison pagoda, and they were all top-grade spirit fruits, worth a lot. If he sold them, he would definitely get a lot of purple source crystals. Seeing Yi Xian, Xiao Linger was a little wary. Mine. Yi Xian smiled. Yours, it's all yours. Xiao Linger nodded. She hesitated for a moment, then said, It's also yours. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This little girl was rarely generous. At this time, a spirit not far away reached out its claws to grab a spirit fruit. Seeing this, little Ling Er's face changed, and she slapped the spirit fruit in front of her. Bang! The spirit was directly slapped away, finally slamming heavily into a nearby wall. The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched at the sight of this. Lil Linger's strength was really freakish. He had fought with spirits before and knew how powerful they were. However, the spirit was sent flying by Xiao Linger with a single slap. Fortunately, this Xiao Linger doesn't know that I can fight very well. Not far away, the spirit looked at Xiao Linger, his eyes full of fear. Xiao Linger ignored the spirit and continued to water her spirit fruits. At this moment, Yi Xian handed a one spirit fruit to the spirit. The spirit looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in its eyes. Right now, it could be said that its life was in the hands of Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. 1 year later, I'll return you your freedom. I mean it, but before that, you have to cooperate with me. The dark spirit took a look at Yi Xian, and then took the spiritual fruit. Yi Xian smiled, then looked up at the second floor. Second floor guru, how do I put it into my sword? After a while, the second floor guru said, Pick a sword. Pick a sword. Hearing this, Yi Xian was suddenly in a dilemma. He had a lot of swords now, including a few heaven-grade swords. Of course, his favorite was still the Spirit Elegant sword. Unfortunately, the grade of the Spirit Elegant sword was too low. If he used it against an enemy now, it might be destroyed instantly. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. In the end, he chose the Dark Azure sword. This flying sword was specially made by War Iron for him. It was a flying sword that was used to control and kill enemies. If this spirit became the spirit of the Dark Azure sword, then his flying sword would become even more terrifying. Next, with the help of the second floor guru, Yi Xian began to put the spirit into the sword. Although the spirit was reluctant, it did not refuse. Fortunately, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. Purple Flame Pagoda. The Purple Flame Pagoda had a total of 6 floors. Ordinary inner yard students could only cultivate on the upper 3 floors. They could not go down to the lower 3 floors. The Purple Flame Pagoda was huge. The space on each floor was equivalent to a small city. On the south side of the 3rd floor, in a stone cave, a man sat on a stone platform. He was about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a black robe and had shoulder-length hair. This person was one of the inner yard's 4 geniuses, Nanshan. In front of Nanshan were Bai Ling, Qinfeng, and the others. Bai Ling said in a low voice, Nanshan, Yi Xian is not to be underestimated. Nanshan opened his eyes, Of course. According to the report from the Realm Defense Alliance in the Azure world, he was already a sword immortal in the Azure world. By now he should be even more powerful. As he said this, he looked at Bai Ling and Qin Feng. I only asked you to find out more about him, but you didn't know how to restrain yourselves, especially Xiao Qian. Bai Ling smiled bitterly. At first, they only wanted to find out more about Yi Xian. However, they did not expect Yi Xian to not be easy to deal with. Moreover, they did not expect Yi Xian to be so powerful. Nan Shan suddenly said, he killed Xiao Qian. Did the academy really not punish him? Bai Ling shook her head. No. It must be because of his strength and talent. Nan Shan chuckled. Indeed. No one would offend a living genius for the sake of a dead person. Moreover, in the academy, whoever is more talented will be favored by the old guys. However, this time, I want to see if they will choose Yi Xian or me. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The person who had come was the Genesis Master. The Genesis Master glanced at everyone before looking at Nan Shan. You want to find Yi Xian for revenge? Nan Shan smiled. Genesis Master, everyone in the inner courtyard doesn't know that Xiao Qian is my man. Now that he has died at the hands of Yi Xian, if I don't get justice for him, how can I stay in the inner courtyard in the future? The Genesis Master shook his head. The higher-ups want this matter to end here. Nan Shan smiled. Impossible. The Genesis Master looked at Nan Shan without saying anything. At this moment, Nan Shan suddenly stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled and instantly cracked like a spider web. At the same time, a mysterious power suddenly gathered in Nan Shan's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the Genesis Master was stunned. He said with some disbelief, Origin Realm? Above the void-piercing realm was the Origin Realm. In order to reach the Origin Realm, it meant that one had to grasp the origin force of the world. There were various kinds of spiritual energy in the world. Spiritual energy was one, dark energy was another, and origin force was another. Origin force was stronger than spiritual energy and dark energy. Therefore, grasping origin force meant that one had reached the Origin Realm. The Genesis Master's expression was currently solemn. Nan Shan was only 22 years old. A 22-year-old Origin Realm cultivator. This kind of talent could only be described as terrifying. Nan Shan smiled. Qin Feng, help me issue a challenge. Just say that in 3 days, I, Nan Shan, will fight Yi Xian on the Pillar of Life and Death. In this inner courtyard, if he exists, then I will not. Qin Feng said excitedly, all right, I'll go right now. With that, he turned around and disappeared like he was flying. The Genesis Master glanced at Nan Shan, sighed, and turned around to leave. In the square, Nan Shan slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know the exact details of the Realm Defense Alliance's destruction because everyone who was there that day was dead. The only people alive were Yi Xian and a few people from Pale Sword Sect. However, it was impossible for these people to tell him the truth about that day. However, he knew one thing about Dao Yi, and that was that he knew that the Realm Defense Alliance's destruction was related to Yi Xian. There were even rumors that the Pale Sword Sect's master was not dead. No matter what, Yi Xian was a member of Pale Sword Sect. He deserved to die. The news of Nan Shan's challenge quickly spread throughout the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Within Dao Yi's hall, the Grand Elder sat at the side. In front of him was the Genesis Master and 2 teachers. The Genesis Master said in a low voice, whoever dies will be a loss to our Dao Yi Academy. The Grand Elder looked at the Genesis Master. Has he really reached the Origin Realm? The Genesis Master nodded. Absolutely. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then said, we can't stop it. Both of them are proud people. The more we stop them, the bigger the problem will be. The Genesis Master frowned. Then let them fight to the death? The Grand Elder said indifferently. If you don't let them fight to the death, will they give up? The Genesis Master fell silent. At this moment the old man suddenly said, these 2 people are like fire and water. Even if we suppress them now, in the future when they fully mature, it won't just be a fight between the 2 of them. At that time, it will become an internal conflict of our Dao Yi Academy. Thus, if we can't mediate, we can only keep one of them alive. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was just like the imperial family. If two princes were extremely outstanding, the only thing the emperor could do was to keep one of them alive and eliminate the other. If he wasn't eliminated, there would be internal strife. The current battle between Nanshan and Yi Xian was only in the inner courtyard. But if they fully matured, it would no longer be an inner courtyard battle, but an internal strife. Especially Yi Xian, this fellow was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to act recklessly, they would be worried. At this moment, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "If they want to fight, then let them fight. It will also let us see who is more outstanding between the two of them. Of course, there's no need to fight to the death. Victory and defeat are enough. Whoever loses will have to lower their heads and submit." The Genesis Master wanted to say something but stopped. The Grand Elder glanced at him. "What do you want to say?" The Genesis Master said in a low voice. "A 22-year-old Origin Realm cultivator is rare." The Grand Elder said indifferently, "Isn't a sword immortal less than 20 years old rare? Like I said, I'll let the two of them fight, and whoever loses will lower their heads and submit." The Genesis Master thought about it and nodded. That's the only way. After everyone left, only the Grand Elder was left in the Daoyi Hall. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the scene that he saw outside Daoyi City reappeared. That sword. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought of that sword. Qin Feng came to the front of Yi Xian's wooden house. He waved his right hand and a letter of challenge floated in front of Xiao Ge. "Tell Yi Xian that in 3 days, Nanshan will fight him on the life and death pillar." With that he turned and left. Xiao Ge put away the letter of challenge. He glanced at the wooden house but did not enter. This was because Yi Xian had said that without his permission, no one could enter. Wait. 2 days later, in the prison tower, Yi Xian spent a lot of effort and finally injected the variant spirit into the dark sword. The moment the variant spirit entered the dark sword, it instantly turned blood red. At the same time, a sword hum suddenly resounded through the entire prison tower. Then, the dark sword suddenly rushed into the sky as if it wanted to destroy the prison tower. It was not as if it wanted to destroy the tower. Within the dark sword, countless blood-red sword lights rippled out in all directions, wanting to destroy everything around it. Not far away, Yi Xian's face darkened. "I advise you to keep a low profile." However, the dark sword did not care at all. However, its sword chi could not shake the prison tower at all. As such, it flew outside and towards the 3 swords at the top of the tower. As it flew, sword hum continuously rippled out from the sword, provocation. It was provoking the 3 swords at the top of the tower. Chapter 368. Arrogant. That was Yi Xian's first thought. The dark sword had become extremely arrogant. The dark sword was no longer in heaven tier, but he did not know what grade it was. Of course, he was sure that the sword had undergone a tremendous change. However, no matter how powerful it had become, it could not be more powerful than the 3 swords at the top of the tower. The sword had just reached the 3 swords when buzz. The sword at the top of the tower suddenly trembled. Boom! The dark sword instantly fell from the top of the tower and landed on the ground. The dark sword kept trembling. At the same time, there was an anguished wail. It was the voice of the variant spirit. Not far away, Xiaoling looked coldly at the dark sword. "Is it bad to be alive?" As she spoke, she glanced at the top of the tower and continued to get her spirit fruit. She was also afraid of the 3 swords. However, she was smart and would not provoke them on purpose. Yi Xian walked to the dark sword and shook his head. "Is it bad to be low-key?" The dark sword trembled and floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "Being weak now doesn't mean you'll be weak in the future. Know your shame and you'll be brave. Do you understand?" The dark sword trembled as if it was replying to something. Yi Xian smiled. He gently stroked the dark sword and said softly, "Second floor master, what's the grade of this sword now?" After a moment of silence, the second floor master said, Above heaven tier is transcending mortality and entering holiness. To put it simply, only treasures with their own spirit can be called holiness. The sword in your hand is not an ordinary holiness because its spirit is very special. It's a variant spirit. Ordinary holiness cannot compare to it. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the sword in his hand. He had to admit that the difference between this sword and the previous dark sword was like heaven and earth. There was a qualitative change. Ordinary void-piercing realm cultivators were no threat to him at all. It could be said that with this sword he could now easily kill a void-piercing realm. It should be known that the spirit itself could easily kill the void-piercing realm. Now together with him, the two united. Even if he encountered a powerhouse at the level of the Great Elder, he also had the power to fight. A moment later, Yi Xian left the World Prison Pagoda. Just as he stepped out of the bamboo house, Xiao Gu handed the written challenge letter to him. Yi Xian was taken aback. "This is," Xiao Gu said. "Nanshan gave you a letter of challenge. Tomorrow, you will have to fight at the Pillar of Life and Death." A declaration of war. Yi Xian nodded and accepted the letter of challenge. "Is there any news on the two people I asked you to look into?" Xiao Gu nodded. After Lanxiu and Yi Ling entered the inner academy, the two of them disappeared from everyone's line of sight. The two of them weren't on the third level. According to my guess, if the two of them weren't on the second level, they would have left the academy and gone out to gain experience. The second level? Yi Xian asked. Xiao Gu nodded. The second level is better than the third level. However, the inner academy students can't go up. Even the four great monsters can't go up. Only those special students and some students who have made great contributions can go up. Yi Xian was a little curious. Special students? What kind of students are special? Xiao Gu said in a low voice. People like Yi Ling are special students. When she entered, she wasn't even 14 years old, but she had already reached the void-piercing realm. People like her are gifted and can be considered special students. Yi Xian asked, "People like Yi Ling, are they more monstrous than the four great monsters?" Xiao Gu smiled bitterly. "You can't say that. I can only say that the two types of monsters are fundamentally different. In any case, I personally feel that people like Yi Ling are abnormal, because this is not something an ordinary person can do. However, even the four great geniuses wouldn't dare to provoke Yi Ling, because she's too special. Not only that, the headmaster even personally came out of his seclusion to receive her, and took her in as his personal disciple." Yi Xian smiled. He was also very shocked by his little sister's talent. However, it was still fine, because the mysterious woman had said that Yi Ling was special, and this specialness didn't have too many disadvantages. Xiao Gu looked at Yi Xian. "Are you confident in the battle with Nanshan?" Yi Xian smiled. "I will do my best." Xiao Gu nodded slightly. Nanshan can become one of the four great monsters. His strength is naturally unquestionable. You shouldn't underestimate him. Yi Xian smiled. "Good." Xiao Gu nodded, and then retreated. After Xiao Gu left, Yi Xian looked up at the horizon. He still had one thing to do, and that was to reconstruct Yu Qi's body. Naturally, he had not forgotten about this matter. However, because of the prison pagoda, he had not dared to ask the higher-ups of Dao Yi Academy for help. However, he knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian turned around and returned to the wooden hut, then entered the prison pagoda. He wanted to familiarize himself with this new dark sword. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the third day. The life and death pillar. Where there were people, there would naturally be conflicts. In Dao Yi Academy, if there was a conflict that could not be mediated, then the students could go to the life and death pillar. However, under normal circumstances, it would not escalate to this extent, because the academy would intervene. However, now the matter between Yi Xian and Nanshan could no longer be interfered with by the academy. Even if they were to forcefully intervene, it would only cause trouble in the future. Therefore, the academy chose to let it go. Some people had already gathered around the life and death pillar. These people were naturally here to watch the life and death duel between Yi Xian and Nanshan. On the life and death pillar, Nanshan stood quietly. His eyes were slightly closed, and his expression was calm. Not far away from him were Bai Ling and the others. On the other side, in a place that everyone couldn't see, there was a group of people watching. This group was the Grand Elder and the others. Wait. They were all waiting for Yi Xian to appear. Yi Xian didn't play any tricks and quickly appeared on the life and death pillar. As soon as Yi Xian appeared, Nanshan opened his eyes and sized up Yi Xian. How exactly was my realm protection alliance destroyed? Yi Xian smiled. Why don't you guess? Nanshan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Is the firmament Swordmaster really still alive? Yi Xian said with a smile. Guess again. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. The intelligence didn't say that Yi Xian was so despicable. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Nanshan, the Realm Protection Alliance has been destroyed. The enmity between me and the Realm Protection Alliance is over. It's over. Nanshan suddenly smiled. I don't think it's over. I will return to the firmament world. The Realm Protection Alliance won't disappear just like that. Before that, I will destroy you and the Firmament Sword Sect. Yi Xian nodded. Ambitious. Then come. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. In the next moment, he took a step forward. The entire life and death pillar shook violently, and a shadow charged at Yi Xian. This shadow was Nanshan. It was so fast that many people couldn't react. The moment Nanshan disappeared, a sword light suddenly flashed on the life and death pillar. Boom. Before everyone could react, the two people on the life and death pillar retreated rapidly. Soon, the two of them stopped at the same time. Nanshan looked at Yi Xian with a smile. As expected of a sword immortal. Come, let's continue. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand. In the next moment, the space around him cracked open, and then countless strands of dark matter energy converged towards his palm like a tide. In next to no time, the life and death pillar trembled violently. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. Come take my palm. As soon as he spoke, he took a step forward and pressed his right hand forward lightly. Crack. Everyone watched as a huge crack appeared in the space in front of Yi Xian and Nanshan. In next to no time, a strand of powerful dark matter energy swept out from the crack and attacked Yi Xian. On the other side, the Grand Elder and the others were slightly surprised when they saw this. The Grand Elder said softly, to be able to use the ability of the void-piercing realm to such an extent, rare. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. He was quite curious about how Yi Xian would resist this attack. Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, and then he stabbed with his sword. A strand of powerful light surged out from the tip of his sword. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. The space on the life and death pillar trembled violently, while countless strands of light and dark matter energy surged madly towards the surroundings. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated in succession. Right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the life and death pillar. But it didn't take long for a figure to retreat repeatedly, and he'd retreated to the edge of the life and death pillar. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the heaven-rank sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword had split apart completely, and it had transformed into countless pieces that had fallen to the ground. The sword had been destroyed. The expressions of Xiao Gu and the others instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. On the life and death pillar, Yi Xian smiled. The sword had been destroyed, but his sword heart hadn't. Since he'd left the firmament dimension, he'd practically instantly annihilated everyone in the younger generation. At this moment, Nanshan had told him that he, Yi Xian, wasn't invincible amongst the younger generation. Besides him, Yi Xian, there were numerous other geniuses in this world. Nanshan gazed at Yi Xian while he slowly clenched his right hand, and a solemn expression could be seen in his eyes. He hadn't underestimated Yi Xian since the beginning, and Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than he'd imagined. After a moment of silence, Nanshan walked towards Yi Xian. Every single step he took caused his aura to grow slightly stronger. When he arrived just a few meters away from Yi Xian, his aura had far surpassed the void destruction realm. and his aura suddenly rose explosively when he took the final step. Bang! The entire life and death pillar split apart, and a powerful presence surged into the surroundings like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding space began to ripple violently like boiling water. It was an extremely shocking sight. Origin Realm. Countless people in the surroundings were instantly stunned when they witnessed this scene. Nanshan looked at Yi Xian from the life and death pillar and said calmly, "What are you going to use to fight me?" P.S. Please. Chapter 369. The surroundings were completely silent. Many people had not expected Nanshan to have reached the Origin Realm. It should be pointed out that in the Dao Yi Academy, some of the instructors were only at the Origin Realm, and the instructors of the Outer Court were only at the Void-Piercing Realm. Yet Nanshan had reached the Origin Realm at such a young age. It had to be said that his talent could only be described as terrifying. Soon, everyone turned to look at Yi Xian. Nanshan had already revealed his trump card. What about Yi Xian's? On the life and death pillar, Yi Xian smiled. You've already revealed your trump card. What? You don't want to waste time? Nanshan smiled. Indeed, I don't want to waste time. Yi Xian, after I deal with you, I will return to the Firmament World and form the Realm Defense Alliance. At that time, I will completely destroy the Firmament Sword sect. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. With that, he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Crack. The space where his fist was clenched directly cracked. Nanshan's expression became a little ferocious. He flashed forward and directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then he threw a punch at Yi Xian. As soon as the punch was thrown, the life and death pillar beneath their feet instantly cracked. At the same time, the space around Yi Xian also cracked. Strands of dark matter energy seeped out from the spatial cracks around Yi Xian and swallowed towards Yi Xian. The power of a single punch was terrifying. In front of Nanshan, Yi Xian opened his right hand. The space around him trembled slightly. Then a spatial sword instantly condensed. At the same time, the spatial cracks around Yi Xian were instantly repaired. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Grand Elder and the rest changed. This is... The Origin Master stared at Yi Xian. How can he repair space? Impossible. The Grand Elder also stared at Yi Xian. No one knew what he was thinking. After the spatial sword condensed, the two sword intents suddenly surged into the spatial sword. The next moment, Yi Xian stabbed out. One sword to determine life and death. When the sword stabbed out, boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the life and death pillar at the foot of Yi Xian and Nanshan, which had already been broken into pieces, instantly turned into dust. At the same time, the two of them frantically retreated. While Yi Xian was retreating, 5 flying swords suddenly flew out from the sword box behind him. Like 5 lightning bolts, they instantly appeared in front of Nanshan. Nanshan's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the 5 flying swords. He suddenly slapped his hands behind him, and the powerful force caused him to forcefully stop. Subsequently, he pressed his hands together, stomped his right foot down, and spread his hands apart. Defend. With that, a black round shield appeared in front of him. Bam bam bam. Yi Xian's 5 flying swords were forcibly blocked by this round shield. But in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sword slashed straight at him. Boom. The round shield instantly shattered, and Nanshan retreated rapidly. However, before he could take a few steps back, several swords suddenly flashed out from the space around him. Instant space sword. Seeing this scene, Nanshan's expression changed greatly. At this moment he didn't dare to hold back, and he slapped his hands towards his waist. Zhang destruction. Boom. The space within Nanshan's Zhang collapsed in an instant, and everything shattered along with Yi Xian's swords. Soon the space returned to normal, and at this moment, Nanshan's face was incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. But Yi Xian had already appeared in front of him. Just at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Nanshan. Great Elder. Yi Xian stopped and smiled slightly. Great Elder, what do you mean by this? The Great Elder said softly, you win. Yi Xian said with a smile. He said that I won't be there if he dies and he dies if I die. The great elder looked at Yi Xian. Give the old man some face and spare his life, how about it? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, he will take revenge on me in the future. The great elder said, he won't. If he dares to act against you, then the old man will definitely take his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he just looked at Yi Xian, and waited for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian smiled. I will definitely give face to the great elder. However, his spatial rings belong to me. The great elder turned to look at Nanshan. Nanshan fell silent for a moment before he tapped with his finger, and the 2 spatial rings on him flew over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw this. This fellow is quite sensible. He actually didn't resist at all. He didn't think too much about it, and he glanced at the 2 spatial rings. There were over 300,000 violet origin crystals within them. Besides that, there were 9 heaven-rank treasures, and some miscellaneous items. Yi Xian put the spatial rings away, and then he looked at the great elder and smiled. Great elder, I'll be leaving first. The great elder hesitated for a moment, and then he tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and there were 2 high-grade heaven-rank swords within it. Yi Xian was stunned. The great elder said, the old man doesn't use swords, so these swords should be of some use to you. Yi Xian knew that the great elder had done this because he had let Nanshan go. He didn't stand on ceremony, and he picked up the swords with a smile. Thank you, great elder. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Nearby, Xiao Gu Li Chuan and the others hurriedly rushed over. Yi Xian smiled. Come on, let's go celebrate. Xiao Gu and the others laughed, and it didn't take long for Yi Xian and the others to vanish into the distance. On the other hand, Bai Ling and the others behind Nanshan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. The great elder turned to look at Nanshan, who had remained silent. Are you unwilling? Nanshan didn't speak. The great elder said softly, you have just reached the origin realm, and you haven't even grasped the slightest bit of source power. And your most lethal move was the last Zhang annihilation you used to protect yourself. It's just that you didn't expect that you would be forced to use this trump card to protect yourself. Nanshan said softly, I'm a little unwilling. The great elder shook his head. Look at him from another angle, maybe you'll be willing. That sword skill of his is no weaker than your Zhang annihilation, and his sword is very strange. In the last move that defeated you, he was able to silently integrate those swords into the space, and then use the power of space to activate these swords. It can be said that his use of the power of space is even stronger than some void-piercing realm powerhouses. As he spoke, he looked at Nanshan. Other than that, he didn't use his trump card, right? Hearing this, Nanshan's expression suddenly changed slightly. Did Yi Xian use his full strength? If he asked himself, he shouldn't have. The great elder said again, Nanshan, within 3 years, you can't find trouble with him. If you do, the old man will take your life, and after 3 years, it may be 2 extremes. Either you don't find trouble with him, or you don't dare to find trouble with him. And before that, you can't find him without permission. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. In the same place, Nanshan was silent. And next to him, Source also walked over. He whispered, if you truly control Source power, you may be able to defeat him, but before that, you still can't. This person's sword skills, even I have to be careful. If you find him privately, you will die without a doubt. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, Nanshan turned and left. Inside Yi Xian's house, Yi Xian, Li Chuan, and Guqiu sat around the table. During the meal, Xiao Gu sighed. The great elder suddenly intervened. It's really unfair. Yi Xian smiled slightly, not saying anything. Xiao Gu looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, you're not angry? Yi Xian smiled. Angry about what? Xiao Gu said in a low voice. Endless trouble. Yi Xian smiled. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. Actually, he also wanted to kill Nanshan, to eliminate any future troubles. But he was very clear if he really did that, it was equivalent to slapping the great elder's face in front of everyone. And if he really did not give the great elder any face, and wanted to kill Nanshan, the great elder would definitely intervene. At that time, his situation would become terrible. On the contrary, if he let Nanshan live, he would obtain many benefits. And as for this future trouble, as he said, if he Yixian was strong enough, he could kill Nanshan once, he could kill him 100 times, 1,000 times. As if thinking of something, Yixian suddenly stood up. To the Purple Flame Pagoda. Purple Flame Pagoda? Xiao Gu and the others looked at Yixian. For what? Cultivation? Yixian smiled. To take over Nanshan's territory from now on, Nanshan's territory is ours. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then overjoyed. It should be known that Nanshan occupied a better area in the 3rd floor. If they could get Nanshan's territory, then they would be able to cultivate better in the future. Soon, Yixian led everyone to the Purple Flame Pagoda. After entering the Purple Flame Pagoda, Yixian immediately felt an abundant spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was a little hot, a little overbearing. Yixian brought Xiao Gu and the others to Nanshan's territory, but at this moment, Nanshan was no longer there. When Bai Ling and the others saw Yixian and the others, their faces changed. Yixian said with a smile, "Guys, this place is mine now." Bai Ling and the others' faces were a little ugly, but no one dared to resist. Soon Bai Ling and the others turned and left. At this time Xiao Gu smiled. If I can cultivate here every day at most 3 years, I can also reach the origin realm. Confidence. Xiao Ji's words were full of confidence. Yixian glanced at the people around him. These were all geniuses, their future achievements will certainly not be low. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly appeared in Yixian's mind. He turned to look at Xiao Gu. "Brother Xiao, how many inner court students do you know?" Xiao Gu looked at Yixian. "You want to gather these people?" Yixian nodded. "Can I?" Xiao Gu thought for a moment then nodded. "Of course you can. Because every once in a while, the academy will give us a mission. And at that time, if we have more people, it will be very advantageous. Moreover, in this inner court, we will not be bullied by others with more people." Yixian said with a smile. "This area should be able to accommodate a lot of people. Help me contact people. See if there is anyone who is willing to join us. Of course, those with bad moral character will not be accepted." Xiao Gu said with a smile. "Okay." Saying this, he seemed to think of something, and asked, "Since you want to form a group, then think of a name." Yixian thought for a moment then said, "Let's call it Xiumen. In this world, only I am outstanding." Chapter 370. Xiumen. In fact, it could be said that Yixian had founded the Xiumen on a whim. After seeing Xiao Gu and the others around him, Yixian knew that they were different from the students of Dao Yi Academy. It was difficult for the students of Dao Yi Academy to keep up with his pace, but Xiao Gu and the others were different. These people were truly monstrous. Their future achievements might not be lower than Yixian's. There was definitely no harm in making more friends in the outside world. Yixian now controlled Nanshan's territory. Coupled with the fact that he had defeated Nanshan, his reputation in the inner courtyard could be said to be very high. In the inner courtyard, if these geniuses wanted to follow you willingly, they had to meet 2 criteria. The first was strength, and the second was benefits. Yixian met both criteria, so Xiao Gu pulled in a few more people. Now Yixian's Xiumen had a total of 9 members. The weakest was at the void-piercing realm. No, except for Yixian. In the stone cave, Yixian sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Around him was extremely dense purple fire energy. This energy was indeed much better than ordinary spiritual energy. At this moment, he also knew why so many people wanted to enter the inner courtyard of Dao Yi Academy. Because cultivating in here was indeed several times faster than cultivating in the outside world. This also made Yixian want to break through to the void-piercing realm. His previous battle with Nanshan had been very taxing for him. If he had not used the Sword of Space, he would not have been able to defeat Nanshan at all. An expert at Nanshan's realm could easily destroy his heaven-grade sword. Moreover, Nanshan had clearly just reached the origin realm. Otherwise, even if he used the Sword of Space, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. The difference in realm. His biggest problem now was that his realm was too low. To break through to the void-piercing realm, just the energy in the Purple Flame Pagoda was not enough. He still needed swords. Moreover, they needed heaven-grade swords, and the number could not be small. Yi Xian checked his current financial situation. He now had a total of 9 heaven-grade swords and about 1.6 million purple source crystals. A high-grade heaven-tier sword was worth around 30,000 purple origin crystals. In other words, with his current wealth, he could buy dozens of swords. But his intuition told him that it might not be enough. As his realm increased, his demand for swords became higher and higher, both in terms of quantity and quality. This made him very distressed. Now every time he broke through, it meant that he needed a huge amount of wealth. Poor. At the thought of breaking through to the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian felt extremely poor. Make money. He had to make money. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian found Xiao Gu and asked, "You told me before that there are purple fire crystals in this purple fire pagoda?" Xiao Gu nodded. Under the violet flame pagoda, there is a passage called the Violet Flame Path. In the depths of the Violet Flame Path, there are violet fire crystals, but it is very dangerous. Dangerous? Yi Xian asked. How dangerous? Xiao Gu said in a deep voice. There is fire poison in the purple flame path. The deeper you go, the stronger the fire poison. This fire poison is too overbearing. Even people like us can only last for a quarter of an hour. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are these violet fire crystals very precious?" Xiao Gu smiled bitterly. Very precious. If it is exchanged for violet origin crystals, it can be said that 1 violet fire crystal can be exchanged for 100 violet origin crystals. This is because the violet fire crystal contains a lot of energy, several times that of ordinary violet origin crystals. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I want to go to the violet flame path." Xiao Gu was taken aback. "You want violet fire crystals?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm a little tight on money." "This chapter is not over, please turn the page," Xiao Gu said in a deep voice. "That place is really dangerous. Even the Great Elder and the others cannot infiltrate." Yi Xian smiled. "Don't worry, if I can't hold on I will retreat. I will not risk my life." Xiao Gu nodded. "Then be careful." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then followed Xiao Gu to the Violet Flame Path. After arriving at the entrance of the Violet Flame Path, Xiao Gu turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at the Violet Flame Path, which was bright red and bottomless. Yi Xian was a little hesitant, because he felt a heat wave at the entrance, and there was a trace of something else in this heat wave that made him very uncomfortable. He knew that this should be the fire poison. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian walked in. At the same time his sword intent began to spread out, which began to protect his surroundings. With this sword intent, the fire poison was immediately blocked. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was delighted. His sword intent could really block the fire poison. Yi Xian quickened his pace. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned serious, because he found that the fire poison was getting stronger and stronger as he went down. It was so strong that his sword intent was almost unable to withstand it. However, he could still persevere. Yi Xian continued to walk down, and soon, he found some violet fire crystals in the surrounding passageways. These violet fire crystals were the size of a fist, completely red, as if there were flames burning, and contained an extremely pure energy. Unfortunately, there were not many of them, only a dozen or so. Too few. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Yi Xian put it away, and continued to walk down the violet flame path as if there was no end. After another hour, Yi Xian stopped because at this moment, the sword intent around him had actually begun to corrode. "I can't continue." He really wanted to continue because the deeper he went, the more violet fire crystals there were. Until now he had already obtained nearly 1,000 violet fire crystals. However, he was very clear that he couldn't continue because if he did, the fire poison would enter his body, and then he would be in big trouble. Fire poison? Yi Xian suddenly froze. Fire poison? Didn't he have the chaotic energy? At this moment, Yi Xian thought of the chaotic energy. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment on the spot, and then he opened his palm. A strand of chaotic energy appeared at the center of his palm. As soon as this strand of chaotic energy appeared, the fire poison around him actually retreated swiftly, and it wasn't long before all the fire poison around him had vanished. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he saw this. The chaotic energy was really the bane of the poison. With the chaotic energy, Yi Xian no longer had any worries and continued to walk down. This time he sped up, and at the same time he removed the violet fire crystals on the walls on both sides of the violet flame path. I've made a killing. Yi Xian's speed grew faster and faster. Around 2 hours later, he had already collected over 3,000 violet fire crystals, which was equivalent to 300,000 violet genesis crystals. The further down he went, the more violet fire crystals there were. Therefore Yi Xian continued to walk down. Around half an hour later, Yi Xian, who was collecting violet fire crystals, suddenly stopped. He lifted his head and saw a man in white standing nearby. The man was around 20 years old, and wore a white robe. At his waist was a sheathed saber. The man in white held the saber hilt in his left hand as he stood there silently. Yi Xian noticed that the man in white was resisting the fire poison. Saber gleam. There was a thin barrier around the man in white. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. The thin saber gleam was blocking the fire poison in the surroundings. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. The man was using the fire poison to cultivate. Most importantly, the man was able to rely on the saber gleam to reach this point. How powerful! At this moment, the man in white suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The man in white shook his head. Never heard of you. Yi Xian smiled. I just entered the inner court. The man in white nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian. How did you get here? Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. Swordsman. The man in white asked. Yi Xian nodded. Swordsman. After saying that, he continued to walk forward in a very relaxed manner. The man in white was stunned when he saw this. Soon his expression turned solemn. Brother Yi, why are you walking so easily? Aren't you afraid of the fire poison? Yi Xian stopped and smiled. It's just fire poison. What's there to be afraid of? You still need to work hard. The man in white said. Brother Yi's strength. I admire you. Yi Xian smiled. What's your name? The man in white said. Ming Kuan. Yi Xian said. Brother Ming Kuan, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he continued to walk forward. Ming Kuan's expression became extremely solemn as he watched Yi Xian disappear into the distance. So powerful. As he said that, his gaze gradually became determined. Then he continued to walk forward, but very slowly. In the distance, Yi Xian walked as he collected violet fire crystals. The further he went, the more fire poison there was, and the more terrifying it became. It was so terrifying that even Yi Xian felt fearful. If it were not for the chaotic qi, the fire poison would have taken his life in an instant. Let alone him. Even Origin Realm experts would probably be killed instantly if they inhaled a single breath of the air. Yi Xian thought about it, and continued to walk forward. There were a lot of violet fire crystals, and they were of very good quality. Although there was chaotic energy, Yi Xian still did not dare to be careless, because the deeper he went, the more he felt that this place was not simple. Perhaps even the Grand Elder and the others in the academy had not gone so deep. Roughly an hour later, Yi Xian stopped. There was a whirlpool not far away from him. The whirlpool was filled with magma that was bubbling. He even saw some violet fire crystals in the whirlpool. They were as big as watermelons. Yi Xian said, God on the second floor, is there any danger in there? The god on the second floor said indifferently, Won't you know if you try? Yi Xian's face darkened. What was he talking about? Go and try? What if it's gone? After that, no matter what he asked, the god on the second floor did not respond. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to rely on himself. He walked over. As soon as he walked over, the whirlpool suddenly trembled violently. Then, a powerful force directly swept Yi Xian in. At this moment, Xiao Linger's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's head. Danger! Couldn't you have said it earlier? This was Yi Xian's final cry. You didn't ask me either. P.S. If you have a ticket, keep it for now. I'll give you a ticket when I explode. End of this chapter. Chapter 371. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian felt as if his head was filled with lead, extremely heavy. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly sat up. At this moment he was in a pool of magma, and there was a thin blue light around him. It was this blue light that blocked the magma around him. The god on the second floor had made a move. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor suddenly sounded. Be careful, this place is not simple. Yi Xian asked, where is this? The god on the second floor said, there is an unknown existence in the depths of this purple flame pagoda. Be careful. Unknown existence. Yi Xian frowned slightly and was about to speak, but at this moment, there was a sudden tremor not far from him. Hide, the god on the second floor suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly used the chaotic qi to hide himself. Soon, Yi Xian saw the two men on fire not far away from him. The two men on fire glanced around and found nothing. Soon, the two men on fire turned around and left. Yi Xian said in a low voice, what is that? The god on the second floor said, Fire Spirit Man, a spiritual creature born from magma. It can only survive in magma. Yi Xian glanced into the distance. He thought about it and finally decided not to continue forward. Although he wanted to take a look, his intuition told him that it was very dangerous ahead. It was better not to go. Curiosity killed people. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Go over. It was not the voice of the god on the second floor. It was the voice of the mysterious person on the fourth floor. Why? Yi Xian asked. The mysterious person said, Dao Law. Dao Law. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that there were only two ways for those imprisoned in the pagoda to come out. The first was to shatter the seal, and the second was to find the Dao Law and unlock the seal. The mysterious person on the fourth floor had always hoped that he would die. That way, she would be able to come out directly if the prison pagoda collapsed. Now she obviously wanted to take the second path. Yi Xian shook his head. It's dangerous. The mysterious man said indifferently, if you go, I'll help you condense the second Dao Law sword. Yi Xian said solemnly, I can look for Guru on the second floor. The mysterious person said, although she is at a critical moment right now. She won't ruin her plan for you. Yi Xian was silent. The mysterious man continued, other than that, I can also help your master reconstruct his physical body. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little tempted. Reconstruct Yu Qi's body. Meanwhile, the mysterious man continued, it'll be beneficial to you if you find the Dao Laws. Of course, you can forget about it if you're really unwilling. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I don't dare guarantee that I'll definitely be able to obtain the fourth level of the Dao Laws. The mysterious person said, if you try your best, even if you can't get it now, I will still fulfill the conditions I promised you. Yi Xian nodded. All right, I'll try my best. After that, he slowly snuck into the distance. Yi Xian was extremely vigilant towards this unknown place, especially since there were Dao Laws here. According to his past experience, places with Dao Laws weren't good places. As he walked, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned because he noticed that there were numerous violet fire crystals in the magma. These violet fire crystals were huge, and the energy they contained was extremely shocking. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly put the violet fire crystals away. Just like that, it didn't take long for him to collect nearly 10,000 violet origin crystals. If they were converted into violet origin crystals, it would be 1 million. Not long after, Yi Xian suddenly stopped because he saw a city in the magma not far away. A city that was situated in the magma. Yi Xian snuck over silently and arrived before the city gate. There were 3 words above the gate. Skyfire City. Skyfire City? Yi Xian was silent for a while before he entered the city. The city was very deserted, with only occasional flaming figures floating around. Yi Xian cautiously moved forward. Soon he arrived in front of a palace. In front of the palace, there were two flaming figures quietly guarding it. The strength of these two flaming figures was at the void-piercing realm. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he quietly snuck into the palace. The palace was empty, very spacious. Yi Xian looked not far away, and saw a woman sitting there. The woman was about 16 or 17 years old, and wore a dress that seemed to be condensed from flames. She sat there quietly with her eyes closed, and there was not the slightest bit of aura coming from her. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xian found that the woman was very beautiful. She had curved eyebrows, exquisite facial features, and a tall jade nose. The beauty of the woman in front of him did not lose to any woman he had seen before. Yi Xian walked in front of the woman. The woman's hair seemed to be condensed from flames, and was very breathtaking. Yi Xian said in a low voice in his heart, "The guy on the 4th floor. The Dao Law is on her." The mysterious man on the 4th floor suddenly said. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "It's with her?" The mysterious man said, "Kill her and you can obtain the Dao Law." "Kill her?" Yi Xian looked at the woman in front of him and frowned. The mysterious man on the 4th floor suddenly said, "What are you hesitating for?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not killing her." "Why?" the mysterious man asked. Yi Xian said indifferently, "I have no enmity with her. Why should I kill her?" The mysterious man chuckled with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. "What? You want to be a good person now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "It's not that I want to be a good person. It's just that I have no enmity with her. Why should I kill her?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of this world." Yi Xian nodded. "You're right. However, I still can't do it." Yi Xian had never thought of himself as a good person. However, Yi Xian always had his own bottom line. He would never cross that bottom line. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman said, "The Dao Law is on her. If you don't kill her, how will you obtain the Dao Law? If you don't obtain the Dao Law, how will you become stronger? If you don't obtain the Dao Law, how will you save your master, Yu Qi?" Yi Xian fell silent when he heard that. He would be able to obtain the Dao Law if he killed the woman before him. Obtaining the Dao Law meant that he would be able to condense a second Dao Law and reconstruct Yu Qi's body. However, he really couldn't kill her just like that. After a short while, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Killing a person and obtaining countless benefits. However, I can't feel at ease. I won't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. However, at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within his body. It was the sword at the center of the pagoda. The sword trembled, and then a ray of light suddenly flashed out from within it and entered Yi Xian's body. As soon as this ray of light entered his body, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a powerful strand of sword qi instantly spread throughout his entire body. At the same time, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, he was in a boundless gray world. Yi Xian raised his head and looked over. There was a blurry figure standing high in the sky not too far away from him. The figure's back was facing him, so he couldn't see its true appearance clearly. Moreover, there was a similarly blurry little fellow sitting on the figure's shoulder, and the little fellow's head was resting on the figure's head. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. "A man must repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. If there's enmity, then so what if I annihilate the entire universe? However, one must never forget one's original intentions and go against one's heart. Since you're able to stick to your heart and gain the acknowledgement of my sword, then that's fate." As he spoke, the figure suddenly waved his right hand lightly, and a ray of light descended from the sky. It didn't take long for the ray of light to enter the space between Yi Xian's brows. In next to no time, strands of information surged into Yi Xian's mind like tidewater. At the same time, the voice resounded once more. "I learned this sword technique when I was young, and it's been with me ever since. However, it's slightly lacking now, so I've improved it slightly. Remember, this sword technique follows one's heart. If one's thoughts go against one's will, then draw the sword and slash the heavens and the earth. If I draw my sword, then even the heavens can slash it. As soon as the voice resounded, the figure gradually became illusory. Below, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly asked, "Senior Yor?" At this moment, the figure had completely vanished. At the same time, the scene before Yi Xian's eyes warped, and it didn't take long for him to return to the hall. At this moment, a sword technique had appeared in his mind. At this moment, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor suddenly sighed softly. "Did you save this universe in your previous life? Or did you save some peerless almighty? Why do you have such dog*t luck?" "Yi Xian," the mysterious woman on the 4th floor said again. "Are you sure you don't want this Dao Law?" Yi Xian smiled, and just as he was about to speak, the flaming woman in front of him suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. In his heart he asked, "This fellow actually woke up?" The mysterious woman on the 4th floor didn't speak. At this moment, the god on the 2nd floor suddenly said, "She's always been awake." Yi Xian's face darkened. "4th floor, why didn't you tell me?" The 4th floor didn't speak. At this moment, Yi Xian knew. This fellow on the 4th floor didn't have good intentions at all. If he really made a move, he would probably be dead by now. And the other party wanted to use the flaming woman in front of him to take his life. This mysterious woman on the 4th floor was really King Evil. Yi Xian and the flaming woman pulled a large distance apart, and the flaming woman just looked at him without saying a word. However, Yi Xian sensed a formless oppressive force. Strong, really strong. This fellow in front of him was definitely not someone he could fight against now. But fortunately, the other party didn't directly make a move. The flaming woman just looked at Yi Xian calmly. "Why didn't you listen to her and directly make a move against me?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly stunned. What the hell? How did this fellow know about my conversation with the mysterious woman on the 4th floor? The other party knew about the prison pagoda? Thinking of this, Yi Xian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Who the hell was this fellow? The flaming woman stared at Yi Xian. "Answer me." Yi Xian forced himself to calm down. He said in a deep voice, "As I said earlier, I have no enmity with you, and I don't want to kill you." The flaming woman stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his heart, "God on the 2nd floor, how did she know what I said to the bad woman on the 4th floor?" After a moment of silence, the god on the 2nd floor said, "She should be that Dao Law." There was a solemn tone in his voice. "Yi Xian." Chapter 372. Dao Law. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, the flaming lady in front of him suddenly looked at Yi Xian. After a while, she frowned slightly. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and asked softly, "What's wrong?" The flaming lady said calmly, "Logically speaking, this tower will not choose you. Although your talent is not bad, you are not worthy of this tower. Only those who possess the karmic luck of the world can obtain the acknowledgement of this pagoda." At this moment, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor suddenly chuckled and said, "Do you think this tower is interested in him? It is just trying to ride on someone's coattails." Yi Xian's face darkened. The coattails this bad woman was talking about must be the woman in the plain dress. The flaming lady looked at Yi Xian's abdomen for a long time. In the end, she frowned slightly and said, "This tower seal should have been broken long ago. Someone strengthened the tower's seal. Was it her?" The mysterious woman on the 4th floor said calmly, "Who else could it be?" The flaming lady glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. At this moment, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor suddenly said, "Yan Jia, as the supreme Dao Law of heaven and earth, you have been trapped in this tower with us for nearly 10,000 years. Now there is a great opportunity to change your fate in front of you. If you do not seize it, you will regret it in the future." The flaming lady said calmly, "Kill him? Take over the tower?" Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman on the 4th floor said, "Of course. This person is so weak, how can he deserve such a treasure? If you kill him, you can get the treasure easily." Yi Xian's face was extremely dark. This woman was not just a normal kind of bad. The flaming lady suddenly chuckled and said, "Jian Zizai, you have a good heart. If I kill him, the tower seal will be broken and you can come out, right? Jian Zizai? Yi Xian nodded slightly. So this woman was called Jian Zizai. It should be Jian Vicious. Jian Zizai smiled and said, if you kill him, it will be beneficial for everyone, right? Yin Jia said calmly, if I kill him you will be free. However, I will have to bear this karma. Your plan is very good. Jian Zizai sneered. No matter what, you're the supreme law of heaven and earth. Yet you're so timid when doing things. Can't you have some ambition? Yin Jia smiled and said, if he really did as you said and attacked me, then I would have killed him. However, he did not make a move. Just as he said, I have no enmity with him, so why should I kill him? Jian Zizai didn't say anything. Actually, from the moment she instigated Yi Xian to kill, she was very clear that if Yi Xian did not make the first move, Yin Jia would not make a move against Yi Xian. Because Yi Xian had been acknowledged by the World Prison Pagoda, from a certain perspective he could be said to be the master of these Tao laws within the pagoda. Of course, Yi Xian was relatively weak right now. It was impossible for him to make these Tao laws submit to him. However, these Tao laws would not actively harm him. However, if it was Yi Xian who made the first move, then it would be a different story. What she did not expect was that Yi Xian actually did not make a move. Even in the face of so many temptations, he did not make a move. But now it was meaningless to say anything. The fourth floor was completely silent. Outside the World Prison Pagoda, Yin Jia looked at Yi Xian. My duty was to seal her. However, the pagoda was heavily damaged and the Tao laws were scattered. The seal was broken, and I and the other Tao laws were scattered throughout the star field. At this point she paused and said, I can't return to the pagoda for now. Can't return to the pagoda for now. Yi Xian nodded. It's okay. Whether you return or not is your freedom. As for the Tao laws within the World Prison Pagoda, Yi Xian had never thought that they belonged to him. Yi Xian. Yin Jia glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. You must be careful of Jian Zizai. This chapter is not over. Please continue. It's simple. Yi Xian nodded. I know. She's very bad. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, why was she imprisoned in the pagoda? Yin Jia was silent. Yi Xian softly said, can't you tell me? Yin Jia said, she was too strong. Too strong? Yi Xian was startled and then asked, she was imprisoned because she was too strong? Yin Jia nodded. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, there's nothing wrong with being too strong. Yin Jia shook her head. There's nothing wrong with being too strong. It's those people who were wrong. They wanted to enter the fifth dimension, so they were imprisoned. At this point, she paused and then said, it's just that I never expected to encounter those three tough people. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, the three swords at the top of the pagoda? Yin Jia nodded. Yi Xian then asked, were they very strong? Yin Jia looked at Yi Xian. Don't ask questions that will make people doubt your intelligence. Yi Xian. At this time, Yin Jia suddenly said, even if their strength is heaven-defying and they almost destroyed the pagoda, they can't enter the fifth dimension. Why? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Yin Jia smiled and did not speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yin Jia suddenly said, you should go. We'll meet again when we're free. Yi Xian nodded. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly said, Senior, can you help me with a small matter? Yin Jia looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian said, help my teacher reconstruct a fleshly body. As he spoke, he took out Yu Qi's soul. Yin Jia looked at Yu Qi's soul. After a moment of silence, she said, I need some things. You have to get them for me. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what things? Yin Jia said, soul wood, heart-protecting lotus, sculpted spirit flower. These three are the main things. Yi Xian nodded. I'll look for them after I leave. Yin Jia said, leave her soul here. I'll help her nurture it first. Yi Xian said, okay. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. After speaking, he gave Yu Qi's soul to Yin Jia and left the hall. Yin Jia looked in the direction Yi Xian had left. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian returned to the purple flame path. He said in a deep voice, Great God from the second floor, why didn't she leave that place? After a moment of silence, the second floor god said, She's using the fire poison in that place to heal. Heal. Yi Xian was slightly startled. She's also injured? Nonsense. The second floor god said. This pagoda was heavily damaged in the past. Who wasn't affected? It's just that some are lighter and some are heavier. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. If these Dao laws return to this pagoda in the future, and I'm not very strong. Other than death, do you have any other choice? The second floor god suddenly said. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Now he gradually realized that this world prison pagoda was becoming more and more complicated. With such a treasure, if he didn't have comparable strength, he could only wait for death as the second floor god had said. Strength. He had to have great strength. Brother Yi? At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Yi Xian looked up and saw a man standing not far in front of him. It was the man he had met before. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. It was Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan looked behind Yi Xian and said, Has Yi Xian reached the end? Yi Xian thought for a while and smiled. No, but I'm a little tired today. I don't want to leave. I'll leave another day. Ming Kuan's eyes were filled with admiration. Brother Yi's strength is admirable. Admirable. Yi Xian smiled. Just so. Ming Kuan shook his head. Brother Yi is too humble. Yi Xian changed the topic. Brother Ming Kuan, do you want to continue or? Ming Kuan hesitated for a while and smiled bitterly. I think this is my limit. So I'll go with Brother Yi. Yi Xian smiled. We're going the same way. Just like that, the two walked together. On the way, Ming Kuan walked very slowly because he had to resist the fire poison. Yi Xian walked very casually because the fire poison didn't dare to approach him. Every time he saw the fire poison leave Yi Xian, Ming Kuan was in awe. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Brother Ming Kuan, have you joined any organizations? Ming Kuan shook his head. I like to be alone. Yi Xian was delighted in his heart, and he hurriedly said, I've established the virtue school. Brother Ming Kuan, are you interested in joining it? We can chat and discuss the martial Dao together. Ming Kuan was slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, Even though it's quiet to cultivate alone, it's like building a cart behind closed doors. If we discuss it together, then perhaps we'll obtain unexpected gains. Ming Kuan glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, are you willing to discuss your attainments in the martial Dao with others? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Of course, it's only limited to our own people like friends and brothers. Ming Kuan thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll join. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. Ming Kuan's strength was absolutely not inferior to Nan Shan. Because Ming Kuan's ability to rely on his strength to travel so far on the violet flame path was sufficient to explain everything. With the addition of Ming Kuan, the strength of the virtue school would definitely increase greatly. In next to no time, the two of them left the violet flame path, and Xiao Gu and the others were waiting at the exit. Xiao Gu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yi Xian, and they were stunned when they saw Ming Kuan. Yi Xian led Ming Kuan over to Xiao Gu and the others, and he smiled as he said, This is Brother Ming Kuan. I just got to know him. From now on he's a member of our virtue school. Everyone was stunned once more when they heard this. A member of the virtue school? Xiao Gu looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Of course I'm sure. Why? Xiao Gu hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Brother Yi, do you know who he is? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Gu smiled and said, He's one of the 4 great monstrous geniuses of the inner court, Ming Kuan. The 4 great monstrous geniuses. Yi Xian smiled. In fact, he had already guessed it. Ming Kuan suddenly said, What 4 great monstrous geniuses? We dare to call ourselves monstrous geniuses in the inner court, but if we go out, we are nothing. He paused for a moment, and then he glanced at Yi Xian. Of course, Brother Yi, you can be called a monstrous genius wherever you go. Yi Xian said, Brother Ming Kuan, do you mean that there are more monstrous geniuses than the inner court out there? Ming Kuan smiled bitterly. Many. The never-ending starfield is divided into the southern region, the northern region, and the heaven region. Our Dao E Academy belongs to the northern region. The true geniuses of the never-ending starfield are in the heaven region. Even the southern region is much more powerful than here. Then he looked out of the violet flame tower and said softly, if you can't leave a word on the Dao pillar of the heaven region, how can you call yourself a monstrous genius? P.S. Everyone can leave a comment to see how many fans you have. End of this chapter. Chapter 373. Dao Pillar. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan nodded. In the distant heaven region, there is a Dao Pillar. No one knows the origin of this Dao Pillar, but they know that it contains a supreme Dao. Only those who can leave their names on it are truly monstrous. He glanced at the crowd and smiled bitterly. Until now, only 3 people from the northern region have managed to leave their names on it. One of them is the founder of the Dao E Academy, Dean Mu. Mu Dao E. Everyone's expression turned solemn. To them, Mu Dao E was a legend. Ming Kuan continued. Our Dao E Academy is not bad in the northern region, but in the southern region and the heaven region. At this point he didn't continue. Everyone understood what he meant. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, why should we belittle ourselves? If others are stronger than us, that's a good thing. It proves that we still have room to grow, and we have a goal to pursue. Then he patted Ming Kuan's shoulder and said with a smile, believe in yourself. We won't be worse than others. Ming Kuan thought about it and nodded. Brother Yi is right. We have to correct our attitude. Yi Xian laughed and said, all of you cultivate well here. I have to go take care of something. With that he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, Ming Kuan suddenly looked at Xiao Ge. Did Brother Yi just enter the inner court? Xiao Ge nodded. Just entered. Ming Kuan said softly, Yi Xian's strength is truly unfathomable. Xiao Ge. After leaving the Dao Yi Institute, Yi Xian went to Dao Yi City and found a chamber of commerce. Taihe Merchant Association. After Yi Xian entered the chamber of commerce, a delicate and pretty woman came to greet him. She glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, what do you need? Yi Xian said, I need 3 things, divine soul wood, heart-protecting lotus, spirit-sculpting flower. Do you have it? The pretty woman looked at Yi Xian and said, sir, these aren't ordinary things. Yi Xian laughed. Are you afraid that I can't afford it? The pretty woman hurriedly said, that's not what I mean, it's just that. Yi Xian smiled and said, can you make the decision? If you can't make the decision, then let someone who can make the decision talk to me. The pretty woman bowed slightly. Then please wait a moment. With that, she turned around and left. Not long after, an old man walked out. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and asked, what 3 items do you want? Yi Xian nodded. The old man smiled and said, those 3 items are all extraordinary items, especially the heart-protecting lotus. It is incomparably precious, and is worth at least 100,000 purple Genesis crystals. 100,000. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. 100,000 purple Genesis crystals was naturally a piece of cake for him. Yi Xian hurriedly said, then please bring those 3 items over. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, it seems that you aren't an ordinary person. May I know who you are? Yi Xian was a little impatient. I'm just an independent cultivator. Sir, I urgently need those 3 items. The old man smiled and said, esteemed guest, my chamber of commerce does not have these 3 items. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly turned cold. What the hell are you talking about if you don't have them? The old man continued, esteemed guest, please don't misunderstand. The old man means that we don't have them here. However, we can transfer the goods. It will take a day. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, then transfer the goods as soon as possible. The old man smiled and said, you need to pay first. 200,000 purple Genesis crystals as a deposit. If you suddenly don't want it, we won't refund the money. A deposit? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring flew over to the old man. There were exactly 200,000 purple Genesis crystals within the spatial ring. The old man grinned as he put the spatial ring away, and then he said, "Please come here at the same time tomorrow." Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll be troubling you." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yi Xian returned to Dao Yi Academy after he left the Grand Harmony Merchant Group. Yi Xian entered the World Prison Pagoda in his wooden house. A sword technique. Now he could finally calm down and study the sword technique that the figure in the gray world had given him. The sword technique didn't have a name, but he could sense that it was very powerful. Yi Xian started to study it, and it didn't take long for him to notice a special characteristic of the sword technique. The most special characteristic of the sword technique was its explosive force. The explosive force at the instant the sword was drawn. This sword technique was different from the life and death sword technique. The might of the life and death sword technique was related to faith and confidence, while this sword technique was purely related to strength and speed. The two were completely different. With this thought in mind, an idea suddenly popped into Yi Xian's mind. Could he fuse these two different sword techniques into one? Fuse. Yi Xian was a little excited, because he realized that it was completely possible. Yi Xian didn't just think about it, but immediately tried it. However, as soon as he tried it, he ran into a problem. The scabbard. He found that a normal scabbard couldn't withstand these two sword techniques. No, just the sword technique of drawing the sword wasn't something a normal scabbard could withstand. He needed to find a suitable scabbard. Without a scabbard, Yi Xian could only temporarily give up on fusing the two sword techniques. What he could do now was to study and thoroughly comprehend this sword technique. Time slowly passed. On the second day, Yi Xian left the World Prison Pagoda, and once again arrived at the Grand Harmony Merchant Group in Daoyi City. The person who welcomed him was still the delicate and pretty woman from yesterday. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Please inform your merchant group's manager that I'm here to collect something." The delicate and pretty woman nodded. "Please wait." Then she turned and left. Not long after, the delicate and pretty woman walked out. She walked up to Yi Xian and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Su isn't here." Yi Xian frowned. "He told me to come here today to collect something. Why isn't he here?" The delicate and pretty woman shook her head. "I don't know, please come back tomorrow." Then she turned and left. Seeing this, Yi Xian's frown deepened, and he fell silent for a moment before he turned and left. The next day, Yi Xian came to the Grand Harmony Merchant Group again, and saw the delicate and pretty woman again. He was just about to speak when the delicate and pretty woman said, "Manager Su isn't here, please come back another day." Then she turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly stood in front of the delicate and pretty woman, and the delicate and pretty woman frowned slightly. Yi Xian smiled. "He doesn't want to see me, right?" The delicate and pretty woman replied, "Manager Su isn't here." Yi Xian suddenly slammed his right hand. Boom. Not far away, the wall collapsed, and an old man appeared there. It was Manager Su. Yi Xian pointed at Steward Su, who was not far away, and said with a smile, "Didn't you say he wasn't here?" The delicate and pretty woman looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, Manager Su walked in front of Yi Xian, his expression calm. "What, are you going to use force here?" Yi Xian smiled. "I wouldn't dare, I'm just here to collect something I need. Give it to me, I'll leave immediately." "Something?" Manager Su was expressionless. What is it the old man doesn't know? Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly happy. He smiled. "This Grand Harmony Merchant Group is actually a black shop." Manager Su narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Sir, you can't say such things." As his voice fell, 6 people suddenly appeared behind him, all of them void-piercing realm experts. Manager Su looked coldly at Yi Xian. "This wall is worth 100,000 purple origin crystals. Leave 100,000 purple origin crystals, and I'll let you live." 100,000 purple origin crystals. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He smiled. "Are you sure you want it?" Manager Su said indifferently, "Why not?" Yi Xian pointed his finger, and a storage ring flew in front of Steward Su. Steward Su glanced at the storage ring. There were exactly 100,000 purple origin crystals in it. Manager Su put away the storage ring and looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian smiled, turned around and left. Manager Su and the others did not stop him. At this time, the delicate and pretty woman suddenly said, "Why don't you kill him and get rid of future troubles?" Manager Su said indifferently, "Why kill him? He's just a true defensive realm. Let him come for revenge. If he doesn't come for revenge, how can I earn more?" With that, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left Taihe Merchant Association, he immediately returned to Dao Yi Academy. Inside the Violet Flame Tower, Yi Xian found Xiao Gu and the others. "What? Brother Yi, you were extorted 10 million purple origin crystals by Taihe Merchant Association? Holy shit, 10 million purple origin crystals? Is Taihe Merchant Association crazy? How dare they extort our Dao Yi Academy? Let's go tell the Grand Elder." With that, everyone was about to find the Grand Elder. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Why find the Grand Elder? We'll settle this ourselves. Come, brothers, follow me to Taihe Merchant Association." With that, he turned around and left. Xiao Gu and the others hurriedly followed. On the way, Xiao Gu said in a deep voice, "Brother Yi, this Taihe Merchant Association is not simple. It is the largest merchant association in our northern region, with astonishing financial resources and vast connections. We have to be careful." Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Be careful, everyone be careful. This time, we're here to reason things out." Hearing this, Xiao Ji's expression relaxed slightly. Reason meant that the matter would not be blown out of proportion. Soon, Yi Xian brought 12 inner courtyard students to Taihe Merchant Association. The sudden arrival of so many experts naturally alarmed Taihe Merchant Association. Soon several void-piercing realm experts blocked in front of Yi Xian and the others. The one leading them was Steward Su from before. Seeing Yi Xian, Steward Su was slightly taken aback, then he glanced at the people beside Yi Xian, and his expression quickly turned solemn. Because the people who came were all void-piercing realm experts, of course, except for Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Xiao Gu looked at Steward Su. "Brother Yi, is he the one who extorted 10 million purple origin crystals from you?" Yi Xian nodded, his face full of grief and indignation. It's him. He extorted 10 million purple origin crystals from me." Hearing this, Steward Su was stunned. Then he flew into a rage. "What nonsense are you talking about? You?" At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. The next second, a sword pierced his throat. Blood splattered. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Gu looked at Yi Xian, his face full of shock. "Big brother, didn't you say you were reasonable?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "This is my way of reasoning." Xiao Gu. Chapter 374. In the field, everyone was struck dumb after Yi Xian had made his move. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly attack. Steward Su, who was still breathing, was also staring at Yi Xian. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He did not expect Yi Xian to attack him. Moreover, he did not even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, a group of experts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. They were all from the Taihe Trade Association. At the same time, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The black-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian and the others, frowning slightly. "Are you from the Dao Yi Academy?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, we are from the Dao Yi Academy." The black-robed old man stared at Yi Xian. "Why did you kill people from my Taihe Trade Association?" Yi Xian sneered. "Senior, you should ask him that." The black-robed old man's expression gradually turned cold. "You want me to ask a dead person?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I forgot about this. It's like this. 2 days ago, I came to your trade association to buy a batch of things. Steward Su asked me to pay 200,000 purple origin crystals as a deposit, which I did. However, when I came today, not only did he not give me what I wanted, he even starved me of 10 million purple origin crystals. 10 million purple origin crystals." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the black-robed old man's eyelids twitched. 10 million purple origin crystals? Are you sure? Yi Xian sternly said. "Of course I'm sure. Senior, I have no other request. As long as your trade association compensates me with 10 million purple origin crystals, I will naturally leave. Compensate 10 million purple origin crystals. The black-robed old man laughed in anger. Interesting. To think that someone would come to extort my Taihe trade association today. Interesting. Yi Xian said indifferently. Taihe trade association does not intend to compensate? The black-robed old man sneered. Do you think my Taihe trade association is so easy to bully? You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian said abruptly. Seize everything in the Imperial Harmony Trading Company. Leave nothing behind. As his voice faded, he suddenly drew his sword and charged toward the black-robed elder. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gu and the others were stunned. Robbing Taihe Merchant Association? By the time everyone regained their senses, Yi Xian had already started fighting with the black-robed old man. Xiao Gu and the others looked at each other. Soon, Xiao Ji's expression became somewhat sinister. Taihe Chamber of Commerce is bullying our Dao Yi Academy. Beat them up. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed over. In the Dao Yi Academy, inside the Dao Yi Hall, the first elder suddenly sat up and looked at an old man in front of him in disbelief. What did you say? He brought inner courtyard disciples to rob Taihe Merchant Association. The old man nodded. Yes, they have already started fighting with the Taihe Chamber of Commerce. The matter is very big, and many people in the city are already paying attention. The first elder said in a deep voice. Why did he rob Taihe Merchant Association? The old man said. It is said that he went to Taihe Merchant Association to buy a few things, and a steward of Taihe Merchant Association embezzled his money. This should be true, but it is absolutely not 10 million purple source crystals. This guy must have deliberately blackmailed Taihe Merchant Association. Speaking of this, he shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is really bold. The first elder said indifferently. Not only is he bold, but he is also cunning. The old man looked at the first elder. What do you mean? The first elder chuckled. This was originally his own matter, but now he has forcibly turned it into a matter between Taihe Merchant Association and our Dao Yi Academy. Saying that, he got up. Let's go and have a look. Taihe Merchant Association. Yi Xian and the others have already started fighting with Taihe Merchant Association. As soon as the battle began, Taihe Merchant Association's side was completely annihilated. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Under Yi Xian's order, Xiao Gu and the others also frantically looted the Taihe Merchant Association's things. At first, Xiao Gu and the others were a little hesitant, but soon they became even crazier than Yi Xian. Taihe Merchant Association is the best merchant association in Daoi City. How could the things inside be ordinary? The black-robed old man who was fighting with Yi Xian was shocked and angry. He was shocked because he did not expect Yi Xian, who was only at the true imperial law realm, to be so terrifying, and angry because more than half of the Taihe Merchant Association's things had been looted by Xiao Gu and the others. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the battlefield. Stop! As the voice fell, a powerful force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian and the others. Everyone stopped. Yi Xian looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing quietly in the air, and the middle-aged man was looking at him. The middle-aged man looked down at Yi Xian. Did the Dao Yi Academy give you the courage? As the voice fell, an invisible pressure suddenly fell from the sky, pressing down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to act, but an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the first elder. The first elder gently waved his right hand, and the invisible pressure disappeared directly. The first elder appeared in front of the middle-aged man, smiled and said, Brother Song Lian, I trust you have been well since we last met. The middle-aged man called Song Lian looked coldly at the first elder. First elder, your Dao Yi Academy openly robbed my Taihe Merchant Association. How do you explain that? The first elder shook his head and smiled. Brother Song Lian, this matter is your Taihe Merchant Association's fault. My student came to buy things from your Taihe Merchant Association, but your steward wanted to take advantage of him, and even blackmailed him. This matter, your Taihe Merchant Association did not act in the right way. Song Lian frowned slightly, and turned to look at the black-robed old man below. the black-robed old man said in a deep voice. I don't know the specific situation. As he spoke, he turned to look at the delicate woman not far away. What exactly is the situation? The delicate woman was somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's face immediately sank. At this moment, the first elder suddenly smiled and said, Brother Songlian, the matter is very clear, isn't it? Hearing this, the delicate woman below hurriedly said, No, although Steward Su took 200,000 purple Genesis crystals from him, he did not blackmail him for 10 million purple Genesis crystals. As soon as these words came out, Song Lian's face suddenly turned ugly, and the surrounding people booed. Cheating. Taiha Merchant Association really cheated. Song Lian suddenly waved his right hand, and the delicate woman directly turned into a pile of minced meat. Song Lian threw a cold look at Yi Xian below. In the end, he looked at the Grand Elder. Congratulations to your institute for getting such an excellent student. With that, he turned and left. Below, Yi Xian hurriedly said, My 10 million purple Genesis crystals. The first elder appeared in front of Yi Xian and glanced at Yi Xian. No one to stop. Yi Xian said indifferently, They blackmailed me. How can I let this matter go? The corners of the first elder's mouth twitched. You've already robbed more than half of their chamber of commerce. You've made a profit. A profit? Yi Xian thought about it and agreed. At this moment, the first elder suddenly said, Yi Xian, what you did is equivalent to offending the Taiha Merchant Association. Do you know that? Yi Xian smiled. First elder, I am not a troublemaker, but the Taiha Merchant Association has bullied me. I can't tolerate it. The first elder glanced at Yi Xian, shook his head and sighed. In the future, if there is nothing important, try not to leave the academy. The Taihang Merchant Association has suffered such a big loss this time. They will not let this matter rest. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The first elder nodded. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Then he turned and left. Yi Xian took Xiaogu and the others back to the Daoyi Academy. Inside Yi Xian's wooden house, everyone gathered around the table, dividing the spoils. Xiaogu smiled. This time we obtained a total of 6 million purple origin crystals, including 49 heaven-grade treasures and various heaven and earth treasures. I estimate that they are worth about 2 million purple origin crystals. A total of 8 million. Yi Xian smiled. Xiaogu, you divide it, everyone has a share. Xiaogu grinned, then began to divide the spoils. He first gave it to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean by this? He obtained 3 million purple origin crystals. Xiaogu smiled. Brother Yi, the reason why we obtained so much this time is all because of you. You contributed the most, so naturally you should obtain it. We have no objections. Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Yi Xian shook his head. If it weren't for the brothers, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the Taihe Chamber of Commerce. Everyone has contributed, so let's divide it equally. Xiaogu still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian sternly said, If I said to divide it equally, then so be it, do it. Seeing that Yi Xian was so determined, Xiaogu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Soon, everyone divided the wealth. Inside the bamboo house, everyone had a bright smile on their faces. With this wealth, it could be said that they would not lack purple origin crystals for a short period of time. And this time, Yi Xian's position in everyone's hearts also changed a little. After everyone left, Yi Xian came to the Divine Weapon Courtyard of the Daoyi Academy. There were many rare treasures stored inside. His purpose this time was to see if there was a suitable scabbard for him. But just as he arrived at the entrance of the Divine Weapon Courtyard, he was stopped by an old man. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Do you have an entry token? Yi Xian was stunned. Entry token? What entry token? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. If not, what are you doing here? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Who do I find for this entry token? The old man said lightly, Go find the Grand Elder. Yi Xian smiled. Okay, I'll go find the Grand Elder. After saying that, he turned and ran. Old man. Daoyi Hall. Yi Xian found the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian in front of him. You want to go to the Divine Weapon Courtyard? Yixian nodded. The Grand Elder asked, "What for?" Yixian said, "To find something." The Grand Elder's eyes twitched. "What do you think the Divine Weapon Courtyard is? You think you can go there whenever you want?" Yixian said with a smile. "I understand. There must be some conditions to enter. Grand Elder, why don't you tell me about it?" The Grand Elder said lightly, "There are no harsh conditions. You can enter as long as you have performed a meritorious deed for the Academy." Meritorious deed. Yixian thought for a moment, then said, "I have performed a meritorious deed for the Academy." The Grand Elder looked at Yixian, a little surprised. "When have you performed a meritorious deed for the Academy?" Yixian said seriously, "Grand Elder, what do you think of me, Yixian?" The Grand Elder looked at Yixian then said, "Not bad talent, not bad strength, and outstanding combatability rare." Yixian said seriously, "Grand Elder, I am not narcissistic, but a genius like me joining the Dao Yi Academy is in itself a meritorious deed for the Academy. And a meritorious deed." The Grand Elder was dumbfounded. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.